Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition 2022, organized by the Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia, Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, with them Stunted and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era. Ladies and gentlemen, our agenda today are 2 presentations, then 1 parallel presentations, and continued with the announcement of best paper, best presenter, and best poster after lunch and Sholat Zuhur break. Let's move to the first presentation with the topic optimizing food staples to prevent stunting, which will be delivered by Mr. Novian Swasono Hadi, SST MPH, and moderated by Ms. Rahma Labacho, SST MPH. Ms. Rahma, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, today lecture will be delivered by Bapak Novian Swasono Hadi. Good morning, Pak Novian.
Morning. Glad to see you, Ms. Rahma.
It's a pleasure for us to having you here to talk about your recent research about the food staple in Indonesia, especially in Gorontalo. So before we move on to his lecture, let me introduce Bapak Novian. He is his full name is Novian Swasono Hadi, SST MPH, place and date of birth Malang, 18 November 1985. He's married with 1 beautiful daughter. He is a lecturer in Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, especially in the nutrition department. And he lives at Perum Elifar Damai A15, Kota Gorontalo. And his email nino.punya@gmail.com and mobile number 081-333-4760292. And his education history: he graduated from Public Health Science of University Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, majoring in Clinical Nutrition with Master Degree Program in 2013. In 2008, he graduated from Poltekkes Depkes Malang with Clinical Nutrition majoring, and 2004 from High School SMU Negeri 5 Malang, and 2001 Junior High School at SLTP Negeri 8 Malang, and then at 1998 is elementary school at SDK Kor Jesu Malang. He is interested in clinical nutrition, community nutrition, public health, and food modification. And the workshop, training, and course from 2014 until 2022, he had many professional training and course, such as the recent one is Master of Training at Pendamping Teknis Provinsi pada Survei Status Gizi Indonesia by Badan Kebijakan Pembangunan Kesehatan. And then for the publication, he has published several books and journals also, article in journals. The book title such as Ceker Ayam dan Daun Kelor sebagai alternatif pangan lokal kaya gizi bagi balita stunting, Buah Tomat dan Peningkatan Imunitas, Ilmu Gizi, Peran Coklat dalam Penanganan Stres at Work from Home, and Handling Anemia with the Utilization of Chicken Feed. And also for the journal, he has published several articles in reputed journal, academic journals, so you can easily find him in the internet. To make it simple, please welcome Mr. Novian. Time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Rahma. Okay, in this morning I will present about optimizing food staple to prevent stunting. Maybe number one is nutrition problem in Indonesia, such as double burden of malnutrition, less and over. The less is wasting, stunting, underweight, lack of vitamins, lack of minerals, and over like obesity, overweight, heart disease, diabetes, and the others. A negative impact of stunting children, short term like impaired brain development, weakened immune system, and lower IQ. Stunting is devastating result of poor nutrition in utero and early childhood. Children suffering from stunting may never attain their full possible height, and their brains may never develop to their full cognitive potential. These children begin their life as marked disadvantaged. They face learning difficulties at school, earn less as adults, and face barrier to participate in their communities. And the for long term, like lost productivity and healthcare costs, premature death and smaller stature, greater risk of diabetes and cancer. The data is for World Food Program 2017. WHO conceptual framework of the double burden of malnutrition. For the basic is a basic cause at social level, such as access to natural capital like land, water, and clean air, market, education, support network, social protection, infrastructure, and transportation, employment, income, technology, information, and marketing. Culture and social norms like gender, fiscal and trade policy, legislation and regulation, agriculture, food system, urbanization, climate change, pollution, political stability, and security. This is a basic cause of social level. In the social, the bigger is like environment. If the environment is good, the status of nutrition is good. But if the environment not good, like bad weather, we don't have clean air, maybe the status of nutrition pure. Identifying cause of household family level, like a sedentary lifestyle and behavior, insufficient access to healthy foods, inadequate care and feeding practice and behavior, poor water, sanitation, food safety, and inadequate health service. In Indonesia, maybe in the urban is normal, but in the rural, like poor water, sanitation, and food safety as a problem in this. Immediate cause like physical inactivity, poor dietary intake like quality and quantity, disease, make overnutrition like unbalanced intake, maternal and child undernutrition. Like in this era, in pandemic, after pandemic era, we still enjoy with application. If we want some food, just open application and scroll the picture in application, and food come to us. Now make it human activities decrease, so we rise a factor of obesity. Consequence, non-communicable disease, reproductive health, premature mortality, disability, and social isolation. Mortality, morbidity from infectious disease and disability, suboptimal adult height, cognitive ability, economic work, productivity, reproductive outcome. So in the top of the framework is intergenerational consequence. From malnutrition highlight in this key findings reports, stunting, wasting, and overweight. Stunting is refers to a child who is too short for his or her age. Children affected by stunting can suffer severe irreversible physical and cognitive damage that accompanies stunted growth. The devastating consequence of stunting can last of a lifetime and even affect the next generation. Wasting refers to a child who is too thin for this her height. Wasting is the result of recent rapid weight loss or the failure to gain weight. A child who is moderately severe has increased risk of death, but the treatment is possible. And the last is overweight. This is for overnutrition. Refers to a child who is too heavy for his or her height. This form of malnutrition results when energy intake from food and beverage exceeds children's energy requirement. Overweight increases the risk of diet-related non-communicable disease later in life. This is data from UNICEF, World Health Organization, and World Bank Group. Stunting in the world is 149.2 million, and overweight 38.9 million, and wasting 45.4 million. For global overview, stunting has declined steadily since 2000, but faster progress is needed to reach the target 2030 target. Wasting persists at alarming rates, and overweight will require a reversal in trajectory if the 2030 target is to be achieved. From the table, like a percentage of children under 5 affected by stunting, wasting, on overweight global in until 2022. And focus area, most children with malnutrition live in Africa and Asia. In Asia, in 2020, 53%, and Africa 41%. In 2020, Asia is 17% and Africa 27%. And for obesity, in 2020, Asia 48% and Africa 27%. Stunting country trends. We are in Indonesia. Indonesia, the color is purple, and the purple means is very high. Until now, Indonesia is still very high in the stunting case. And for global target on stunting, 2025 target, reduce the number of children under 5 who are stunted by 40%, and 2030 target, reduce the number of children under 5 who are stunted by 50%. Potential risk factor of stunting, number 1 is an inadequate intake of nutritious food. Is so clearly, if the food is not quality and quantity of food not inadequate, so the risk factor of stunting more higher. Number 2, frequent illness such as diarrhea and intestinal worms, poor care practice. And number 3, lack of access to health and other essential service, especially in the first 1,000 days of a child life. And 4, mother's health and nutritional status. In the picture, the children just eat not completely, just only eat rice and fish, maybe no less of fruit and vegetables in there. Number 5, food insecurity, food ability, access to food, utilization and stability among households living in poverty, especially in emergency-prone countries. And number 6, feeding practice. And number 7, etc. Like in the picture, the food insecurity is about food ability, about access to food, and utilization is not good like in the picture. Food culture in Indonesia. The food culture of Indonesia is shaped by several factors such as nature, history, and culture. With its enormous geographic and cultural diversity across the archipelagos, it is evident that Indonesian cuisine is rich in variety and taste. So we have many variation of food. The term the culture is used in variety of ways. Culture is a key concept in our knowledge of society, both past and present, and its definition are constantly being developed and refined. From the perspective of sociology and anthropology, culture is being defined as all of this learned, shared, and transmits among groups of human beings of generation to generation. About food habits in Indonesia, food habits can be seen as the ways and rules by which people use from how the food selected, obtained, and distributed, to prepare, serve, and eat it. These ways and rules are shaped by multi-factors such as natural resources, climate, land, and water, belief, religion, and education, ethnicity, indigenous or immigrant. Technological development like hunting, agricultural, fishing, and colonization. Food staple in Indonesia, like in the picture. Indonesia consists of 1,000 islands that spread from Sabang to Merauke, since they were placed in the different areas so that every island has its unique thing, including step food, which not only rise at the Indonesian famous mandis. Commonly, such as another country in the south of Asia, the Indonesian staple food is rice. But since there are so many regions with a different culture, trips, and geographical condition, makes Indonesia has other staple food besides rice. Maybe in Gorontalo, we can call it nasi kuning or yellow rice is the most favorite from rice too. This is food staple in Indonesia is carbohydrate resources from rice, sweet cassava, and corn. For protein resources, Indonesia have a fish, egg, tofu, and tempe. It's called tempe, and poultry and meat. Especially in Gorontalo, we have a fish called nike. This is a endemic fish in Gorontalo. And for fat resource from nuts, avocado, whole eggs, coconut, salmon, dark chocolate, olive oil, real nut butter, seed, sardines, chia seed, and full fat yogurt. Vitamin and mineral resource is so many because we are a tropical country, and we have tropical fruit like star fruit, pineapple. This is called rambutan, durian, and etc. Issues with acetylene food staple utilization. Number one is lack of food formula innovation. Rice just to be rice, and lack of method to increase shelf life without decreasing the nutritional values in the food products. And number three, really on rice as the main source of carbo. Abundant food varieties but less utilization in food formula and products. This is a solution to food staple utilization based on research finding. This is from Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo for the research. Like mix of one staple Indonesia. This is a sweet corn with pandan leaf. To be food innovation called poverjes. This is less of index glycemic from the Ibu Sofiawati, Dr. Imran, and Fatmayanti. We need a product called poverjes. Solution to food staple utilization based on research feeding. Number two is mix one of staple Indonesia, corn, because Gorontalo have many kind of corn with chicken feed to be food innovation called corn nugget. And number three, mix the one staple Indonesia, corn with chicken feed to be food innovation called corn crispy, like in the picture. And you can also read the article of the journal from the Forbes research. And ini from the national journal, like uji sifat kimia pada mie basah yang telah disubstitusi dengan tepung ikan kembung. This is noodles, but the from the ikan kembung, apa ya, ekor kuning ya, maksudnya apa, tuna ya, mackerel fish. And from the last is fruit bar. The consists of corn and the chia seed. Okay, maybe this is end of my presentation. Miss Rahma, thank you for
Okay, thank you, Bapak Novian. So if you guys have question, you can type on the chat box, or if the participants that attend here today, you can raise your hands so you can ask the question directly to Bapak Novian. So while we are waiting for the question, we can discuss about the research that your colleague did in nutrition department. You mentioned about the utilization of local food. So I wonder how much the presentation that you have done with the all traditional or local food in Gorontalo compared to your research.
Okay, about the research with the local food, it's just not me, but the other friends lecturer have research about that. And for my research is a combination, the corn, because the Gorontalo have corn, and I combination with chicken feed, because chicken feed in Gorontalo not.
I think it's It's easy to find.
Yes, yes, easy
And
to
cheaper.
find, but the utilization is not.
Yeah, you know, because in like me, I'm Gorontaloese. I'm not really a fan of that chicken
Yes.
feet because I feel it's a little bit weird
Yes.
to eat the chicken feet like that. But if you modify it,
Mm.
like you make it like a flour for that, so we cannot see the chicken
Yes.
feet
Okay.
actually. So it's quite good, I think.
Because if we look, this is a chicken feet, this is a checker. But if we modification of chicken feet to nugget, we don't know the consist of nugget is chicken feet. So the nutrition value in the chicken feet can be used for human to decrease nutritional problem
Okay.
like that.
And then your product, who is the target? The children or the adult or the elderly?
Yes. From the first is from the children, like PMT in this national food, just like a supplement like that. And from the from two from ibu hamil ini ibu hamil from pregnant woman, because to prevent the stunting,
Okay.
so the baby is not bred with
And how about
Short.
the cost? The cost. How many
okay.
it costs?
About the cost, chicken feet is so cheap in here because utilization is not because utilization of chicken feet not from human, not ini. So with cheap of dengan murahnya bahan, the cheap of materials, we can get big utilization from to decrease of malnutrition like that.
So you say that your product is easy to make and cheaper
Yes,
rather
easy to
than
make and cheaper.
I mean like the commercial one such as the chicken nugget.
Yes.
So
Because-
this is the option of the cheaper one. But how about the taste? Do they like it?
Yes. The taste of the chicken feet from the taste from for nugget from the chicken feet is not different with poultry.
Oh really?
Yes.
Okay. Because I think that you mix it with the corn, maybe the taste will be so much different than the chicken nugget, the original one.
Yes, but we use corn from to decrease long daya tahan
Self-life.
self life like that.
Okay. Maybe next time you can bring it to us
Yes.
because I'm curious about this product. So I think this is the end of the session for today. Thank you for your attention, and we're back to the Master of Ceremony. Oh, we need to present a certificate of appreciation to Bapak Novian.
Okay, thank you. Lihat di layarnya sih. Ini online atau apa?
The certificate will give in virtually.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rahma.
Thank you for your great presentation and sharing your research findings to us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to the Master of Ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, and next for our next presenter will be Miss Nurzalinda Zalbahar, PhD from Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Putra, Malaysia, with the topic related factors of undernutrition or overnutrition and the consequence post-COVID-19. And also a presentation from Dr. Predi Kana from Department of Food and Nutrition, Institute of Home Economic, University of Delhi, India, with the topic Effect of Diet, Malnutrition, Stunted and Obesity on Developmental Delay in Children. This parallel presentation will be moderated by Mr. Israfil S-Farm M. Biomed. Mr. Israfil, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo merupakan satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sejarah berdirinya jurusan Gizi diawali dengan terbentuknya program studi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tahun 2003. Alhamdulillah pada tanggal 2 Agustus tahun 2007, jurusan Gizi berdiri secara resmi bersamaan dengan berdirinya Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ditandai dengan terbitnya surat keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 890. Jurusan Gizi terus mengembangkan diri, yang mana pada tahun 2018 keluar izin operasional program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik. Sehingga sejak tahun 2018 jurusan Gizi sudah memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Diploma 3 Gizi dan program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik.
Visi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo adalah menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi berkarakter, kompetitif, dan terdepan dalam bidang gizi pangan lokal di tingkat nasional tahun 2024. Untuk mencapai visi yang ditetapkan hingga tahun 2024, program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki misi yang relevan, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian yang bermutu dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berdaya saing secara nasional. Melaksanakan penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya pangan lokal yang terpublikasi nasional dan internasional. melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang gizi yang tepat guna, berbasis hasil penelitian dengan berorientasi pada pemanfaatan pangan lokal.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Jurusan Gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini terdiri dari 7 laboratorium, yaitu Laboratorium Penyuluhan dan Konsultasi Gizi, Laboratorium Penilaian Status Gizi, Laboratorium Ilmu Pangan, Laboratorium Uji Cita Rasa, Laboratorium Penyelenggaraan Makanan. Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Mikrobiologi,
Misi yang kedua, menyelenggarakan manajemen secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan pengelolaan manajemen sumber daya manusia, keuangan, sarana, dan prasarana secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan. Misi yang ketiga, meningkatkan dan mengembangkan kerjasama dengan mitra terkait dengan tujuan untuk menjalin kerjasama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat serta pendayagunaan lulusan. Selamat datang di Perpustakaan Terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memberikan layanan penelusuran koleksi berupa buku, e-book, jurnal terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, majalah dan surat kabar, prosiding serta karya tulis ilmiah yang tersedia dalam bentuk tercetak dan elektronik. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo dapat juga diakses di perpustakaan@poltekkesgorontalo.ac.id.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Multimedia Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini mempunyai 78 unit komputer yang digunakan sebagai proses pembelajaran mata kuliah aplikasi komputer dan CBT Center pada uji kompetensi.
Selamat datang di ruangan Himaju Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ruangan ini biasa kami gunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan seperti berdiskusi tentang penyusunan program kerja, rapat evaluasi program kerja yang sudah terjalankan, dan tempat bagi kami untuk membicarakan hambatan atau kendala apa saja yang terjadi selama menjalankan program kerja.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is a presentation will be delivered by Ms. Nurzalinda Zalbahar, PhD, from Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Putra, Malaysia, with the topic related factors of undernutrition or overnutrition and the consequence post-COVID-19. And Dr. Preeti Khanna from Department of Food and Nutrition, Institute of Home Economic, University of Delhi, India, with the topic Effect of Diet, Malnutrition, Stunted and Obesity on Developmental Delay in Children. This presentation will be moderated by Mr. Israfil Esfam, M. Biomed. Mr. Israfil, the time is yours.
Okay, right. Yeah, is my voice sounds clear? Hello, everyone.
Hi, Israfil. I can hear you clearly.
Okay, right. I'll start it. Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second section of the first ICHN. This is the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition 2022. My name is Israfil from Faculty of Medicine, University of Palangkaraya. I'm going to be a moderator in this section, so thank you very much for the great opportunity. And so, it's been 2 years since we live in pandemic and believe that every country is struggling to cope with it. And Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, as the health education provider institution in Indonesia, wants to give contribution for that through this conference, of course. And for that, we have so many speakers at the first day and today who are already with us. And the first speaker in this section, we have Associate Professor Nurzalinda Zalbahar, PhD. I will greet Dr. Nurzalinda Zalbahar. Hello, good morning in Malaysian time.
Hi, hello everyone. Assalamualaikum. Hi, Israfil.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to meet you, Dr. Nurzalinda.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too. Even it comes by virtually, but I hope many insight we have good from you.
Inshallah.
Okay, great. For your information, our audience today in this conference are faculties, researchers, and also students. So we have quite various background. And for all of the audience, can ask a question for the speaker. If you have a question, you can raise your hand or type your question in chat box, and I'm going to read them for you. One by one in the Q&A section. Right? Can we go to the first speaker? I'm going to invite Associate Professor Nurzalinda Zalbahar, PhD. But before I send to you, I'm going to read your profile. Associate Professor Nurzalinda Zalbahar, PhD, is a senior lecturer in Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine, and Health Science in University Putra Malaysia. Her bachelor degree and master degree were obtained from University Putra Malaysia, and her PhD degree were obtained from Queensland University, Australia. She has a lot of publication, and I have noticed that she focused in community nutrition and overnutrition. So no doubt she is expert in this area. And she have got several awards, and the last one is International Award as Excellent Poster Presentation in ECOMS, and also in 2019. And Associate Professor Nurzalinda Zalbahar, PhD, will talk about most currently issue that is related factor of undernutrition or overnutrition and the consequence in post-COVID. All right, Dr. Nurzalinda Zalbahar, you have 60 minutes to present your work, and after that, you have presented your topic. We move to the next speaker, Dr. Pritikana. After that, we will have a discussion for about 20 minutes. Okay, so please, over to you, Dr. Nurzalinda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Israfil. Thank you, a very kind introduction. However, I like to make a correction that I'm not yet associate professor, but inshallah, I'm just a senior lecturer and working in the department.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Like,
all right.
Absolutely. Right.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day to everyone, to our researchers, our delegates, and also the students who are joining today for the conference, the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition. Thank you for the organizing committee for inviting me to share this topic. Okay, you can listen to my voice clearly, isn't it, Israfil?
Yes, very clearly.
And you can see my slide now.
Exactly.
Okay, so right. When I've given this topic, ladies and gentlemen, I was like wondering what is actually I would like to touch upon, yeah, because it's a very big topic, but I try my best to share with you what are the current studies, especially related to the pandemic, and also what is going to be expected in relation to undernutrition and overnutrition post-COVID-19. All right, so before we begin, I just would like to share with you some nice picture of my campus. Okay, this picture is our equine unit. We can ride horse in our campus. Okay, we have our own equine unit. And then I can show you other nice picture of my campus, Universiti Putra Malaysia. If you have the chance to visit Malaysia,
Wow.
come and visit us. Okay, this picture is our university mosque. It is the reflecting the outer spaceship. And this is the on the right side is our chancellery building. It is a resemblance a tree. If you can see from here, there we have a tree trunk and the branches. Okay, and in the bottom left is where my faculty is situated. Okay, this is my.
Oh, okay.
I work in Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences under the Department of Nutrition, and we do have our own teaching hospital. Okay, my faculty, the faculty, we have teaching hospital, and we have actually 3 hospitals surrounding us. Actually, we have hospitals at the right, at the back of our faculty is our own teaching hospital, and next to our to left of our faculty is the veterinary hospital. Okay, the only animals hospital in Malaysia. All right, please come visit us. If you want to further undergrad studies or postgrad studies, you are most welcome. All right. So yes, of the cartoon maps of our campus. Okay, this is where my faculty is situated. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the title here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in regard to the topic being given to me, this is my outline. Okay, I will discuss a little bit of what is happening in terms of the nutrition landscape, undernutrition and overnutrition before the pandemic hits, and then later on I will discuss a little bit what is going on actually during the pandemic, and after that, what are the things that shall expected after pandemic? Why I have this question mark here? Because we are not end of the pandemic, I should say, because I'm trying to look at the World Health Organization updates. Okay, we're still in the pandemic, but we are in the recovering stage. Yeah, so this is the story that I will tell. We have this before, the before nutrition landscape, and then what's happening during, and later on at the end of my presentation, I will share you what are the expected related factors of undernutrition and overnutrition post pandemic. Yeah. Okay. To make the presentation more interesting and interactive, because I'm here. We are virtually, so I prepared some quizzes for the participants and also the audience here to participate in my presentation. So you can try to go to pollev.com, you put in the Google, https pollev.com, and then you will get this black box. And what you need to enter the pollev.com / put up the username. Mr. Israfil, you managed to do that? You muted, sorry.
Oh yeah, maybe for the committee, it can be helped to type in chat box so the participant can
be aware of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then once done, you can type the ZACMedic123. So you will enter my pollev site, and I think I prepared some questions, 3 to 4 questions throughout my presentation. All right?
Okay, right.
Okay,
Right.
let's warming up a little bit. Okay, can I read the chat box or only the how can I see the chat box? Or it's okay. I hope that from this chart I can see the feedback. So let's warming up first for the first question. Okay. Are we achieving any target to reduce undernutrition before COVID-19? Okay, I saw some answers coming in. Okay, there is three choices here. Yes, no, maybe. Perhaps everyone can try to have a warming up session before I continue with my presentation. Right?
Okay.
Maybe I wait another few seconds to everyone to jump in the full EV.
Okay.
All right. Okay, any more answers? Are we achieving any target to reduce undernutrition before COVID-19? We are talking the landscape before, yeah? Okay. Okay, most of you, I don't know, maybe most of you answering yes. Maybe another few seconds. Are we doing okay with the target of undernutrition? Okay, some of you already answered no here. All right, can saw the answers coming in. Okay. Oh, it's gone. It's coming in again. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a warming up question. So I think some of you already get the grips of it on how to answering the quiz. That's for undernutrition. Okay, now move on to the next question, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, what about overnutrition? Let's see. We are still in the same page, in the same site for the quiz. Okay, now I'm moving on to the next question. Are we achieving any target to reduce overnutrition before COVID-19? Okay, I saw some answers coming in already.
Okay, oh, B.
Okay, B.
Yeah.
Most of you says no. Then discrepancies in terms of undernutrition. Some of you says yes, some of you says no. Okay, we'll see later. Okay, another few seconds. I shall wait for other people to chip in. Oh,
Okay.
so
Yeah,
we have
there
competition
are.
right now, Mr. Ismail.
Okay.
All right, there you go. That's more like it. Okay, another 10
25.
seconds.
Okay, 40% to 60%.
Yep. Another 5 seconds perhaps. Oh,
Okay.
it's moving right now. Okay, there you go. So we have other differences here. Some says
Yes.
some says no. Interesting. Let's see. Okay. Okay, now it's moving.
Yeah.
I think most of the people already can come in.
Maybe.
Yeah. So now we can see some says maybe, some says yes. Most of it say yes, we are reducing overnutrition before pandemic. Okay, and gentlemen, now we jump into my topic now. So I give you the answers straight away. Okay, before pandemic 19, what are the nutrition landscape, ladies and gentlemen? The prevalence of undernutrition and overnutrition, especially the undernutrition, are still prevalent. We are not moving that good, maybe. And then about weight and obesity are increasing. We are not doing good for overnutrition, unfortunately. Okay, that's the answer. Okay, perhaps you might ask again, are you sure? Okay, are we doing okay or not? So let me show you the overall global pictures of undernutrition before pandemic. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So you can see, in 2000, UNICEF have reported in 2021 the latest prevalence of stunting and wasting in globally. You might ask, this is the 2021 report, but the latest data that we have, actually, the latest is 2019. Okay, then when the pandemic hits, there's no much studies done. in terms of on the ground, so a lot of data are missing. But what happened before that? There is a total of 22% of children are stunted under 5, while for wasting, we have 6.7% are wasted. And 12.9% of the children are underweight globally. And what about the hidden hunger? Okay, what is hidden hunger? Hidden hunger is where they suffer, a population that suffer from vitamins and minerals deficiencies. And it is reported that 2 billion people are having hidden hunger. Means that before pandemic, we have already like troubling nutrition landscape, ladies and gentlemen. So women and children in the low income families are more susceptible of experience hidden hunger, right? So to make it clearer, so 1 in 2 preschool children who are experiencing hidden hunger, and among the women of reproductive age, it was reported that 2/3 of these women, 15 to 49 years old, were experiencing hidden hunger. Yeah. Let's see a little bit data in Malaysia and Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that in 2019, we have quite number of stunting happening in Malaysia, and then wasting is 12.7%. Iron deficiency anemia in the reproductive age group is almost 30%. Okay, for Indonesia, we can see that the stunting is 30.7%, wasting under 5 children is 10.2%, and those who are anemic, iron deficiency anemia in a non-pregnant group is 15.1 to 32%. Yeah, 55% of deaf children under 5 are due to undernutrition, and it is a cost of premature mortality and morbidity, especially in developing countries. All right, now we move on to the overnutrition. Yeah, what happening? Is that a global problem of overnutrition? I think we have some agree point where it is quite scary prevalence, although it's still small because we are talking about children under 5 are overweight and obesity. And we know that children who are underweight can become teens who are overweight, obese, and they have the risk of become overweight and obese when they're adults. Okay, what about the adults population? Globally, it's reported by WHO, 1.9 billion adults are overweight, and 650 million of the adults are obese. And when we put into how many in terms of these adults are overweight, 1 in 2 adults, if we observe out there, are overweight and obese. Okay, this was before COVID-19, right? So we also expected the changes in terms of trends of body mass index in 40 years ago before COVID-19. If you can see in the world map here, the heat maps showing here reported by NCD 2017. In 40 years, we have changed the maps, getting more darker and more red. Yeah? So we are racing into very wrong competition. Okay, all the nations are trying to reach more and higher BMI, unfortunately, right? So 3.4 million people die each year due to overweight and obesity before pandemic, and the rise is among urban areas, particularly in low and middle income countries. And nearly half of the children, just now 5.7%, I show you, is those living in Asian countries. Okay, so it is moving towards the low middle income countries are having this kind of issues. In Africa, the number of children who are overweight or obese nearly doubled to 10.6 million from 5.4 million. Okay, so the question again, although we already tried to answer the quiz, are we on target actually? Okay, so global nutrition reports coming out in 2021 showing the concise data focused update on the states of our nutritional status, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So they have setting a target to achieve in 2025, okay, in terms of under 5 stunting, they put a target 40% reduction. Anemia, 50% reduction. And then we are trying to make sure there is no increment in overweight under 5 children. And then we are trying to reduce or maintain at least the wasting under 5 kids. And also, we are looking at whether we may halt the increase of adult overweight and obesity in 2025. Now is 2022, okay? And then the reports come in 2021. There's 4 years gap from this, the target. Unfortunately, most of the country are off tracks, okay? So I would like to bring you the focus on the stunting issue. We target 40%. However, only 53 countries are on track. Okay? You can see there is a 27% of the countries are off course, yeah? And then what about the anemia issues? Unfortunately, only one country is known to be on course. So it means that hidden hunger is still a problem worldwide. Okay, I bet if you can reflect on the prevalence of anemia in Malaysia and Indonesia, we can still see high prevalence. Yeah, and then there's no changes. Yeah, in terms of iron deficiency anemia. What about childhood overweight? 105 countries are known to be on course. So far, so good, but not that really good because half of other countries worldwide are not going anywhere. And then we can see childhood wasting. Yeah, 57 countries are known to be on course, but the others, we are off track. And now I would like to show you the adult obesity. Unfortunately, no countries are doing a positive target. So we are off track in terms of adult overweight and obesity. If you can reflect back on the heat maps I show you just now, we can see we are getting more, the BMI globally are getting more higher and higher. Yeah. So these are the target that we are not reaching before COVID-19. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's the nutrition landscape that the first 2 quiz that you are answering just now. Okay, the first maybe some of you are still trying to get in. When the second quiz come in, we achieve the target of overweight or obesity globally? Nah, we don't know. We are not achieving any target yet. All right. Okay. So now move on to the next question. Okay. So what is double burden of malnutrition then? Previously, I'm sharing the prevalence of individual undernutrition and overnutrition. Now, what about the double burden of malnutrition? Okay, you can jump into the poll EV again and try to answer this question. What is double burden of malnutrition? Okay, I can see some answers coming in.
Okay, A, B, and D.
And D.
Yeah.
No one's choosing the C.
Yeah, not choosing the C.
Okay, a child who are overweight and micronutrient deficient, a child who are stunted and overweight.
And overweight.
Yes.
A woman who
yes,
are obese and.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Deficient.
B is the higher.
Leading right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Changing now. We can see that leading.
B. Okay. The E.
All right. Another 5 seconds perhaps to wait for another. Maybe you are trying to answer the question.
Answer the question.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you might want to know the answer, right? Okay, let's move on to what actually double burden of malnutrition. Okay, it is the simultaneous manifestation of both undernutrition and overnutrition. So means that all the answers just now, A, B, C, D are correct. Okay, if this individual person have stunted and at the same time they are overweight or obese, she or he are experiencing double burden malnutrition. Okay, so it is another issue. Previously, I'm showing you one and another. Okay, now I'm combining it. we are experiencing double burden of malnutrition, not only individual states, but we are experiencing double burden of malnutrition in terms of household. For example, mothers who are overweight or obese are also having a child who is stunted. Okay, this is happening before pandemic. We are not looking at the undernutrition and overnutrition in a separate context, but we are looking at this double burden of malnutrition in a one single context. So large proportion of low middle income countries are facing this issue. And if you are in a middle income country per se, you are more exposed if you are coming from low income status, or in other words, urban poor population, you are more susceptible to have double burden malnutrition either individually, household, or in a country level, right? So yeah, that's the landscape. Actually, I don't want to bring the malnutrition issues in one issues in silo, but it's actually a combination of issues. It's a double burden of malnutrition already happening before pandemics. Also, you might ask, what are the factors and the consequences of this undernutrition and overnutrition or double burden of malnutrition? There's a lot of studies done, and it is reported everywhere, and there is a systematic review and a very good systematic review. Meta-analysis have done, show even the WHO come out with an analytical framework, and this is the enabling determinants of malnutrition. We have social factors, political factors, economic factors, and environmental factors are all in one that can lead to malnutrition. So to dissect a little bit, so for those who have a social or economic condition, poverty is the leading risk factor of malnutrition. So if you are poverty, you are more prone to have food insecurity. So if you able to have food, you may not have a nutrient dense food on your plate, because you just think you need to survive. And then high national debts often also cut or eliminate the basic services, the healthcare, the education programs to the population. That's also can lead, create a malnutrition problem in the population. Okay, other than that, millions and billions of the world population have not access to clean water and adequate sanitation, depleted farmland and other natural resources. We have food distribution problems, disease, parasites, and unfortunately, in these years, 2020, we have war and political unrest are still going on. And these also, the political factors can contribute to a malnutrition problem. Okay, a more intermediate determinants, looking at the child factors and maternal factors, good studies done by Naka et al. They looked at the system in terms of which one is more intermediate factors leads to malnutrition. So these are the list above. Yeah, I don't want to discuss in detail because we're going to bring the next topic of my presentation in terms of post-COVID later on. All right, the consequences of undernutrition, if you get it early in life, you have permanent negative health effects in terms of decreased cognitive ability. You may become shorter when you adult. You can also compromise reproductive functioning. And then the depression in terms of the immune system, the productivity, and malnutrition have reported to cost 3.5 trillion per year to the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, what about overnutrition? Overnutrition, there's many hundreds of underlying factors going on. This is a very unique way to show what are the factors and what are the consequences of overnutrition per se. There is a societal influences, food consumption, physical activity. There's also individual psychological factors that can lead to overnutrition, and also biological factors, hormones, hormonal imbalance, and then we have genetical issues and medical problems that can lead to overweight and obesity, right? So what are the consequences of overnutrition? Safai et al. Have done a very nice systematic review, and these are the listed major diseases and disorders that link to obesity. Yeah, right. When talking about factors and consequences, I think I should also share with you the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition throughout life. Okay, have you heard the stunting syndrome before? Okay, a stunting syndrome is the multiple pathological changes marked by linear growth retardation in early life that associated with the morbidity and mortality later in life. Okay, so I think this is the intergenerational or stunting syndrome, when you have stunted children early in life, and if you not intervene during this green line phase. Green line phase is the 1,000 days. Okay, more easily to intervene, more response to intervention. So if you don't do something right here, the child will be growing up, become a stunted child. And then when they become puberty and adult, they will have the risk of having undernutrition problem, either stunting, micronutrient deficiency, and so on and so forth. If you can see here, the yellow color line is actually, we can do some intervention, but not that responsive. In the red zone, and the red line is where if you do an intervention, it cannot change anything anymore. Okay, so this is the intergenerational cycle of undernutrition. Yeah, and of course, intergenerational cycle of overnutrition also can be happening. Yeah, if you are overweight and obese during childhood, you have a more higher risk of becoming overweight and obese teens and adults later in life. Okay, I just would like to share a little bit more complex interconnection between this nutrition and overnutrition intergenerational cycles. Okay, this is more complex, but for me, it's such a beautiful way of putting it. Okay, how the factors and the consequences of undernutrition is related to each other. And we can see in the green box is the micronutrient deficiencies and also other diseases that happening in between. So, yep, that's sum up the related factors and consequences of malnutrition under and overnutrition before pandemic. This was Jonathan Wells come up with this figure in 2020. Yeah. Yep. And another issues related to the nutrition landscape before pandemic is food insecurity. Globally, 2 billion people face moderate to severe levels of food insecurity, and 750 million population have inadequate access of food. With some days they don't even eat at all, right? So food insecurity. Right. That's a whole issues that I would like to give you some perspective. What is going on before? We are not achieving any targets yet. And then now the pandemic hits, ladies and gentlemen. You might ask, is there any changes during the pandemic, and what going to be expected happening in terms of malnutrition after pandemic? So we have been hit by the pandemic begins in the December 2019, and in January, we know that it is the COVID-19. In March, WHO declares that this is a global pandemic, and from there, the incidents and cases are rising, and then with a lot of measures, when Malaysia been hit by the pandemic, we start to have a national lockdown in March. I think Indonesia, when the first case detection in March, they do a social restriction policy.
Yeah.
I think some sort of I think it's some sort of lockdown actually, right? But not really like a lockdown, but they are asking people to stay at home, and a lot of measures has been taken to avoid the spread of COVID-19. And we can see cities are emptied, the flights are not moving, even most of the shops and places are closed. All right, so this is just a chart showing you the phases of MCOs that Malaysian experiencing. After a few weeks and months, we start to ease the lockdown, but only for certain purposes. For certain area of the economy can be started to work. Unfortunately, most of us still confined in their own home. Even work from home is a new thing. Yeah. All right. This is just the practice. I want to show you the practice that during the new norm, we have to wear faces. We have to distance from everyone, and we try to avoid confined space and so on. And until today, ladies and gentlemen, we still have experiencing the pandemic spreading, the COVID-19 spreading worldwide, reaching 6 million deaths until this month. And the cases are still rising, but it starts to slow down. That's why I mentioned about we are not yet post-pandemic. We are in the recovering stage, although some countries already announced that they are entering endemic stage, but WHO still not announced anything yet in terms of globally. So, okay, now the pandemic, the post-pandemic, not yet post-pandemic, during pandemic, what's going on during this time? Okay, you might ask yourself, a lot of things is changing already, right? So what are the first few words come into your mind about the nutrition landscape post-pandemic then? A lot of things going on during pandemic. So what's going on later in terms of nutrition landscape after pandemic then? Perhaps you can jump in again to the poll EV to just give your thoughts on what is actually will be post-pandemic later. Okay?
Okay, we invite the participant to
Okay, there you go. Obesity increase. Right.
Okay. Obesity.
There you go. Increase burden. Triple. Okay. Triple burden. Triple burden. Yep.
Was triple was thing.
Lazy. Okay, I can see the word lazy. People are
lazy. Yeah. I feel it the most common in pandemic. Of course.
People are starting to not moving so much, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Even the food they are ordering from their phone.
Yes, by online.
There you go. Wow. Right. Okay. So I think another few seconds for getting the response from all the audience. If you have any few words that you would like to say, what is going on after the pandemic? Okay. Right. Another 5 seconds. No. Yes. It's okay.
Okay.
All right. I think there's no more words coming in. Perhaps you are still thinking, it's okay. Keep your mind and brain working and just guessing. Later, I will discuss with you about the things going on during pandemic that may lead to what the nutrition landscape is going to be after the post-pandemic. All right. Thank you for those who are answering in. Now we move on to the next part. Okay. All right. But okay, it's just coming in. Maybe
malnutrition, less of activity. Yeah, less of activity is closely with the lazy. I think. Yeah.
Okay, more ordering of food now, but the bigger letter we can see that obesity, and then food. I don't know what is the food is all about here. Maybe the food is changing. Malnutrition, there you go. That's the biggest.
Yeah.
So we can see that most of you agree malnutrition is still happening maybe, and obesity will be increasing. All right, I shall move on to the next part. Okay, let's see what's happening. All right, there you go. 3. Have you experienced pandemic? We do have experienced pandemic. The one that really resemblance, the COVID-19 is 1980 flu pandemic during the World War I. It's a major public health crisis where at least 50 million deaths and 675,000 US people are dying. Okay, what's happening? Why during this time the spread of influenza very devastating because of World War I, the young adults are going out and been deployed. So it's where people are gathering. So that's why the spread of the influenza is fast. And there is a studies done looking at how pandemic and the influenza during 1918 have impact on nutrition status in long term. Okay, Paloni show a very nice good studies, and it found that there is a significant effect on nutritional status assessed in individuals who are now 75 years old, affected, exposed with the virus. Okay, what they see, they use the knee as a marker. What they see that for those who having a significant exposed to the virus or the pandemic, they are having a significant depression in terms of growth, and the severity exaggerated when they look at more severe population that exposed to the COVID-19, they are having more depression in terms of growth, ladies and gentlemen. And also in 2010, there's another studies done by Mazumdar et al. They found that mothers or pregnant mothers who exposed to the influenza pandemic during that time, after 60 years, they have the increased risk of ischemic heart disease, 20%. So it does change the nutrition landscape in long term. And then we have recent pandemics going on, H1N1 influenza, swine flu, Ebola, and Nipah viruses, but this is only in certain region. You can see that it can impact the food security, distribution, and food availability. And malnutrition problem among children are increasing in this region. And for example, in Sierra Leone, during the outbreak, they cannot do the screening throughout, but when they compare before and after the pandemic, they saw a 1.5% increase in 1.5 to 3.5 increase in severe acute malnutrition, right? So will the history repeat itself? I throw this question to all the audience, and you know the answer already. You may know the answer, but I just come here and to share with you what are the evidence have shown you, right? So last question. Okay, last question. I think this is the important things before we end my presentation. Okay, what have changed in terms of your lifestyle? Okay, just now Mr. Israfil mentioned about lazy, physical inactivity. Are these things happening to you? Okay, there you go. Okay. Food delivery more often is the top list, okay? And then we have cooking at home more often is the second on the list, okay? You do have changes in your lifestyle. Physically less active, okay, Mr. Israfil, you are number 3. So in terms, okay, in terms of food delivery, you are the number 1. So you are alone in terms of the being lazy or physically active until that moment. Now it's increasing right now. Okay, it's jumped into the second place. All right. So I can see that we are changing. Okay, our lifestyle are changing during pandemic. So that's the answer. Okay, that's the answer. Okay, we can see that we are taking more dietary supplements, but that not so much. But food delivery, more often, cooking at home more often. Quite ironic. You are cooking at home, but you still deliver your food, okay? Right? So lifestyle, dietary behavior are changing, right? Okay. Now, the interesting part of my presentation are now jumping in. Okay, while much remains to be known about the COVID-19, the influence of this pandemic on nutrition and dietary intake has already gone beyond the individual and community level, now reaching the national and global levels already. So a good review done by Rodriguez, he concluded that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused changes in food supply. And then the COVID-19 has had a significant impact on some population through altering their eating behaviors, physical activity, and mental health. So how come this happening? Because the impact of isolation and lockdown, and then the nutritional status of an individual person also affected, especially for those who are vulnerable, elderly, young children. They are more exposed to the infections. And if you are good, you are nutritionally okay, good, so you have more reduced risk, and you have a reduced risk of getting infected. It helps to boost your immune system. This is what happening. And in Nepal, they shows that the food price inflation have changed the food quality and quantity that been given in the school. 10% changes. Maybe it's not that much, but little changes in quality of nutrients somehow can give impact on the nutritional outcome of the children per se. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do agree that social isolation that is happening during pandemic has changed our lifestyle. And from there, we can expect that there's a much more challenge and complicated issues that we're going to face after pandemic later. This just a scoping review showing what is the effect of COVID-19 lockdown. Shows that both negatively and positively impacted the dietary practice. Poor lifestyle also coming in, where in the short 1 and 2 years, maybe some countries have experienced 6 months lockdown, 2 months lockdown, it varies. So it does change the weight, the mental health status, and also physical activity of the community or the population. Okay. Another studies, systematic review have been done by Minona et al. At the early part of the lockdown, okay? Early part of the lockdown, people tend to consume healthier. Maybe they are excited during the first few weeks of lockdown, but some part of the world, they switch to poor nutrient patterns, ladies and gentlemen, okay? The eating behaviors reported an increase in food intake because you are sitting at home, okay? You are not doing so much of movement. So when you are bored, you are close to the fridge and you eat, for example, right? So number of daily meals and snacking also increasing. Okay, another systematic review have been done looking at the longitudinal studies whereby they look at for those who have experienced the lockdown or isolation in a period of time. Okay, they reported that between 2 weeks to 54 weeks, they reported that the earlier stage, we are doing okay with eating high, good, healthy food, but later on, it modified our eating behavior into increasing snacks and more eating sweets and ultra-processed food because you cannot buy fresh food. So you will have the pre-packed food at home are more convenient, isn't it? So this study shows that globally, our dietary behavior are changing, ladies and gentlemen. So the healthy diets are decreasing, unfortunately, after sometimes during the pandemic. Okay, right. What about the physical activity? Mr. Israfil. Okay, you can see in this scoping review, it shows that among children and adults, okay, the physical activities are decreasing here.
Yeah.
Okay, screening time is increasing. You know,
Yeah.
regardless weekend or weekdays, people are gadgets, TVs, and Netflix.
Yeah. I think Netflix were increased
Yeah.
when we lock down.
Exactly. Okay, people are more having more screening time during the lockdown, and the sleep quality also getting worse. People sleep longer. Sleep problems are increasing during the lockdown. So not only changed the dietary behavior, it also changed the physical activity and the sedentary and also the sleep quality of the population. Okay, these are just a few studies, single studies that I put it here. I think we have another 9 minutes left. I just jumped really quickly for all these single studies because we already have a conclusion in the systematic review, more convincing gather of studies. Now it's single studies that I managed to collect. So in Brazil, young adults having more frequent evening snacks and more frequent consumption of alcoholic beverages during quarantine. The children in Italy, physically inactive, more screen times, their sleep are disturbed, they have more unbalanced diet, And then we move on to parental feeding behavior, also changing, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, variety of feeding practices were observed, including high levels of coercive control, restriction, or pressure to eat for the kids. Maybe parents are stressed, and then they need to make sure that the kids eating, so they have to force them to eat. And even some part of the studies shows that there is a reduction of rules and limits. You can take and you can eat what you want anytime you want. So the parental behavior, feeding behavior is changing as well during the COVID-19. Yeah, and in terms of food quality of life, this is studies done in nationwide Malaysia. Okay, it shows that quality of life in Malaysia are moderate, but in terms of physical health are the worst. 50.53. Okay, the score is not that good. It's in 50.5. Okay, so what are the factors that associated with the quality of life of this individual in Malaysia is affected by the changes in BMI, the physical activity, the sleep quality, and food insecurity. So you can see that the lifestyle changes, the quality of life is getting not good during pandemic. Yeah. All right. Other studies looking at the weight status. This My Nutri-Life studies done in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. Okay. They found out that the proportion of adults report having gained weight 30.7%. Okay, and but in this group of people, they perceive that they are eating healthier. Okay, unfortunately, they are not, because they are gaining weight, maybe because of reduction of physical activities, or the poor quality may leads to that. However, but they found that for those who increase the weight is basically due to less frequent practice of healthy cooking methods and lunch skipping. All right. What about food insecurity in Malaysia? It is reported that 43.2% of the population are food insecure, and higher odds ratio of food insecurity were observed among Malaysian Indian and those who living under the 4,000 ringgit. So low income status have more pressure to sustain their food at home, so they are more exposed to food insecurity. Yeah. And then amongst university students are also changing. There is an increase in food consumption, snacking, and online food ordering. I bet some of the students here do agree with me. And sweet drinks are consumed also among higher BMI among the students, and 45.5% were reported in 3.4 kilogram during the lockdown among students. That is worrying. Okay, this is the studies of NutriLife COVID-19, the one that I mentioned earlier that also done in Indonesia, okay, have found a different results. They show the 46.2% of the respondents have healthier dietary habits, but it shows that all these positive dietary habits and physical activities are among those having a high income level in Indonesia. Okay. Okay, other studies looking at the dietary behavior in Indonesia, 31% were adults were overweight and obese. 62 among them are having unstable economy, and almost 100% are spending more time at home. So there's a changing of their dietary patterns, and then it depends on the economic situation or maybe the stress level and also the food availability and accessibility at home. So lifestyle, dietary patterns, behavior, physical activity are changing, and the food insecurity also impacted at homes, whereby more people have perhaps loses their job. Yeah. So this is a report that I would like to show you. The food insecurity prevalence in Indonesia during pandemic. Okay, I get it is from Suryana et al. Yeah, they published somewhere 2000, I don't remember, 2021 or 2022. So it shows that the prevalence of undernourishment slightly increased in 2020 during the pandemic, I mean, during the lockdown and isolation stage. And then food insecurity is going down, but in a slow rate. Okay, this is concerning. And you can see from this table, it shows that the bottom 20% for those who are low income status are more susceptible to prevalence of undernourishment and food insecurity. Okay. In other words, they concluded that the quality of household food consumption has decreased, and the quality of food consumption in urban areas are better than the rural areas. Okay. All right. I think I almost at the end. I'm going to skip this part. This is qualitative studies asking the experts in Indonesia about what is actually happening during pandemic and what is going to expected post-pandemic. Right. So that's the findings and studies shows that what is going on during the pandemic, and we may expected the nutrition landscape getting maybe worse. More data are coming in. Okay, this is one studies by Osendap et al. They come up with estimation. Yeah, they come up with estimation with all the changes going on during the pandemic. What is expected to be later in 118 low income countries, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So by 2022, COVID-19 related disruptions could result in an additional of 9.3 million wasted, 2.6 billion stunted children, and almost 170 deaths among the children. And maternal anemia is going to be increased, and children who born with mothers who are low birth weight also going to be increased to up to 2.1 million. Yeah? So this, what are the expectation? And then in terms of productivity loss, it is estimated that a total of 29.7 billion loss due to excess stunting and child mortality. This what they are estimating. And if you can look back, there is so the changes is happening in 1 or 2 years. We may have it worse if we don't do anything. An additional of 1.2 billion per year are needed to mitigate the effects of scaling up of nutrition intervention, mashallah. So ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. We need to be ready. Nutritionists, researchers, and all, anyone that listening today, even you are students, you can bring change into, and work together to make change. Right. I think I almost end of my presentation here. So this is to sum up, the pandemic is expected to exacerbate all form of malnutrition, the impact of stunting will likely unfold gradually, because stunting is a chronic malnutrition. It's not a acute malnutrition, so it may take times. The one that we are not reaching the targets may be getting worse, or the one that already reaching the targets are reducing. We don't know. Maternal malnutrition experienced during the pandemic can also affect stunting. Wasting and severe wasting is a chronic malnutrition. We may see the changes, but because the wasted children may be getting more food later on after the pandemic, after the lockdown is on, they may come out from the wasting, but it still may happening during that time, but we don't have the data. And all right. And lastly, the pandemic may also lead to increases in child overweight, and the impact of overweight may persist through the lifetime of those affected. And in summary, we have experienced a lot of challenging landscape before pandemic, and now you see I'm breathing hardly, because we know lockdown and restriction in between few months have bring impact in terms of our lifestyle. The food systems are changing, the nutritional status are slowly showing the changing. Yeah, so the COVID-19 are still spreading, and now the new variants coming in, but we are recovering. You know, human is a very unique creation. We are resilient, but are we ready, ladies and gentlemen, to pick up all the challenges, the related factors and the consequences of overnutrition and undernutrition post-pandemic? So that's the end of my presentation. Terima kasih. Thank you. Now I give to you back, Israfil. The floor is yours now. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's a great presentation from Dr. Nurzalinda Zalbahar. And we would like to extend appreciation for your presentation. I agree. Yeah, from that have you presented, I agree that double burden malnutrition become the problem faced by low and middle income country currently. And as you explained that malnutrition have been proposed by several factors, including economic and then social, political, and environmental factor. And then how about the impact COVID-19 pandemic on nutrition? Yeah, as you explained to us, the pandemic is expected to exacerbate all forms of malnutrition today, and the influence of this pandemic on nutrition and dietary intake has already gone beyond the individual and community to reach national and global level. And I think it's very clear that pandemic have changed many things, including eating behavior that have you presented, and then less activity, physical activity, especially when we lock down, as you also proposed at the audience when the polling in your polling. So yeah. That's a great presentation, and so we get a new insight from your presentation. And before we move to the question and answer, Dr. Pritikana have come with us now, so maybe I'd like to move to the Dr. Pritikana, and then after the presentation from the Dr. Pritikana, we move to the question and answer. Like that. Thank you very much for Dr. Nurzalinda. And then, all right, we move to the next speaker, Dr. Pritikana. Are you with us? Hello?
Yeah, am I audible? Am I audible?
Okay, okay, right. Yeah, is my voice sounds clear, Doctor?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
I hope I'm also clear. My voice is clear?
Yes, very clear. Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to greet Dr. Pritikana. Hello, good morning in
Hello.
New Delhi time. What
Yeah,
time?
it's 8:30 in New Delhi right now.
Oh, okay, right. Are you okay today?
Yeah, all good, all good. All good.
Okay, great. Yeah, welcome to our international conference. Nice to meet you, even though it comes by virtually, Dr. Priti.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, right. We would like to go to the second speaker in this section. I'm going to invite Dr. Pritikana, but before I send to you, I'm going to read your profile. Dr. Pritikana is technical consultant in National Institution for Transforming India, IUC. Do I correctly to pronounce it?
Yes.
Okay, right. Yeah, her bachelor degree, master degree, and a PhD degree were obtained from Institute of Home Economic, University of Delhi, India. And then she has a lot of publication, and I have noticed that she focused in malnutrition. So no doubt she is an expert in this area, and she has got several awards, and the last one is as a World Scope School Scholarship to participate in online training obesity and mental health in 2021. Okay, Dr. Pritikana will talk about most currently issue, that is effect of diet, malnutrition regarding stunted and obesity on developmental delay in children. And I also like to remember for all of the participants, if you have a question, you can raise your hand and type your question in chat box, and I'm going to read them for you one by one after this section. Okay, all right, Dr. Pritikana, thank you very much for joining with us, and it's time to you to present your work, and you have 60 minutes to present your work, and after that we will have a discussion about 20 minutes. Okay, so please over to you, Dr. Priti.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me know if my screen is visible. Is it visible?
Okay, visible. Exactly.
My presentation is visible to you all?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, ICHN, for having me over here for this wonderful international conference. And Indonesia is like a second home to me, and I've been part of many of virtual webinars and conferences during the pandemic, and before that, in 2019, I was in Bali for the ASEAN conference, and again, a very interesting and a very well organized and hosted event it was. And from there, my relationship with Indonesia has been like a second home, and I am always there on one of the conference programs through all my colleagues and friends who are currently at various universities, taking the agenda forward for today, which is about malnutrition post pandemic. So when we are discussing about malnutrition, so what we need to understand is that malnutrition is not just underweight situation, a stunted situation, but equally important is to understand that malnutrition also forms and also covers the categories of obesity. And if we are concerned about the South Asian perspective today, all of us, in India, in Indonesia, Nepal, Bangladesh, if we are just, focusing on our own Asian countries, it is very disheartening to see that the rates of both undernutrition and overnutrition are constantly increasing. And there are a lot of factors which are contributing towards the development of these disorders, I would say. And also, from a double or a dual burden of malnutrition, we have also reached a level where there is a triple burden of malnutrition, and we are also facing micronutrient deficiencies. And it is very important to highlight that when we are talking about malnutrition, the most important thing when it comes to children is the brain development, and how their brain behaves in relation to the food that these children consume. And to understand these models, we have a very appropriate approach and a chronological model delivered by Ertem et al. And it is based on the onset of diseases, and it traps the relevant risk factors in a chronological order from the preconception period of one generation to the next generation. So it is like a continuous life cycle approach that needs to be catered to, rather than individually targeting only the child. It's the development of these diseases. If we just go back to the Barker's hypothesis and the Doha consensus. So the Barker's hypothesis emphasizes that the rate of obesity and the rate of non-communicable diseases which an individual might have in the entire lifetime, they are always predetermined. When the child is still a fetus in the mother's womb, and any critical insults in the form of loss of nutrients, or some kind of nourishment not being given at the right time during the windows of opportunity comes as a risk factor for poor physical as well as mental well-being. And children are prone to developing undernutrition and obesity during their school age. And school age is something where they are given the school meals. Again, the content of school meals is something that needs to be catered to. And also when they are in the vicinity of the schools authorities should make it a point that no kind of junk food is available within like 10 kilometers from where the child's school is there to where the child has to travel home, because such kind of policy regulations are required not just at a national level but at an international level, to have a consensus on why we are discussing this important topic today. Because as the world has hit 8 billion population in the past 2 days, again the burden of diseases is increasing worldwide, and India and Indonesia kind of sharing the similar kind of food patterns, where we have a lot of saturated fat in our diet, we have a lot of refined sugars and a lot of refined grains in our diet. It becomes all the more important that we cater to such kind of issues. So when we are talking about the brain and its activities, it is very important to understand that the brain is the organ which regulates activities in our body, and it is also associated with activities like sleep, like digestion, and it also controls our thoughts and actions, emotions, and the basic desires. But again, the question comes that, when we are even sleeping, how is the brain functioning? So again, it is functioning from the fuel which comes from the diet that we are consuming. This is one of the most important and a very interesting slide to me, which clearly shows the difference that what kind of food we are actually feeding our brain determines that how our mental and physical well-being will be in the coming futures, and more specifically in relation to children. Because the consumption of junk food, consumption of HFSs, foods which is high fat, sugar and salt foods, and sugar sweetened beverages is rampantly high. And again, this leads to a sugar overload, a sugar rush in the body, which leads to hyperactivity disorders, which leads to poor absorption of the nutrients by the brain cell walls, and again leads to poor mental well-being and also poor physical growth. But again, what we need to emphasize when it comes to the right kind of messaging for children is that it is the diet, it is the exercise, and it is the sleep taken together, which is very important to recharge the brain towards a positive mental well-being, and to have the right kind of health for children as well as adults, because ultimately children will also, grow into adults. Second important thing where diet has an important role to play is neurotransmitters. So what we need to understand is that the kind of proteins we are including in a child's diet, they are not just important for the physical growth of the child, but they have an important role to play in the in the release of the serotonins and the neurotransmitters. So again, serotonin is a neurotransmitter which is also known as a happy hormone, and the precursor for serotonin is tryptophan, which is like an amino acid. So this amino acid comes from the proteins from our diet. So again, it becomes very important that we check the composition of the diet, that what kind of diets are we including. And again, like it is always a thumb rule that all the major meals of the day, like your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner, they should include good quality and quantity of proteins in the diet. And as is the case with serotonin, so is the case with norepinephrine and dopamine. So norepinephrine again is a stress hormone. It is released during the times when the body experiences some kinds of stress. So again, it is very important that we have the right kind of protein, so that we can our bodies can secrete the right kind of amino acids to regulate such kind of body functions like heart rate, our stress responses, etc. And coming again to dopamine levels, dopamine and serotonin go hand in hand, and deficiency of one can also be a cause for the deficiency of the another neurotransmitter. And dopamine again regulates our reward and pleasure centers in the body, and is also important for emotional responses and emotional well-being. So we have seen that in children, emotional health is again a very important uh, issue which is really coming up, because children are not able to control their emotions. Children do not know how to regulate their energies, and again, this has to do a lot with the kind of diet that we are consuming. And based on this, there is a conceptual framework which I have basically developed during the course of my PhD, and again, it has a very important emphasis and significance, not just at a national level, but going beyond national boundaries and touching the cultural environment also. So again, taking into consideration the child is a part of the environment, and environment has an impact on the child. um, uh, you know During his growing years, and this such kind of disconnect, if it is there between the different kinds of environment in which the child is there, and the child moves from his or her own personal space to the social environment where he has his family, where he has a peer group, and beyond that, there is a physical environment where the school comes into play, the colleges come into play. And again, this is where the availability of junk food, the availability of the food that the child is consuming becomes a little concern, because the parents know more, and have the control over what the child is consuming. And again, the area of residence becomes a concern, because we have seen that it's some of the areas where the children are putting up, a lot of vendors in terms of the street foods are there. And again, this street food has a lot of sugar, salt, and saturated fat, which again becomes a cause of problem for the youth of the country. And moving beyond, we have a cultural environment where many of these food fats and superstitions and traditional concepts are there, where which are actually promoting malnutrition at a international level. So again, it needs to be considered that the environment has a very important role to play. And as the child moves from a personal environment towards physical and cultural environment, the control from the family loosens up, and it becomes more of like a decision from the child, that what he or she wants to consume among the choices that are available. So again, a very interesting slide and a very interesting picture for all of us to ponder over the thought. And again, all of us have studied about the early man and the evolution of the human being on the earth during our school years. And again, it becomes all the more important that we pay attention to such issues. And why is this important? Because as you see that the early man, when the early man was in the lap of nature and still was evolving, the man was very happy in terms of the health that he had, because again, whatever naturally was available, he used to consume it, he used to hunt for it, and cook the food naturally without the use of any chemicals and preservatives, and the food was consumed and digested well by the people during that time. And the bodies were very lean, the bodies were physically active, because there was a lot of physical activity happening in terms of hunting and gathering of the food. But now if you just see that as the era of the early man has ended, the era of obesity has started, and you can very well see that today's man has a glass of cold drink in his or her hand, as in when you might see many of the kids as well as the youngsters in such kind of images. So it is again a thought that needs to be given from the policy perspectives also, that what kind of food environment are we actually moving into? Are we actually wanting a healthy environment, or are we actually promoting such kind of products? And again, a thought to ponder for everybody, and we can have more discussions once I am done with the presentation on the same. So with respect to the kinds of diet we are consuming, not just in India but globally, and more specifically in South Asian countries, where we have Indonesia, we have India, we have Bangladesh, Nepal. It is very important again to understand that there has been a shift in our traditional dietary patterns towards something which is more westernized when it comes to the type of products we are consuming. Again, it is more refined. Again, it has a lot of processed foods. Again, it has a lot of sugars into it, a lot of saturated fats into it. And also our fruits and vegetables and whole grains have been taken off our food plates. And if we just give a look to our food plates, the colors on our food plates have reduced. So one of the ideal ways to talk to a child is about how colorful is their plate, and that is how we can include these fruits and vegetables in the child's diet. And we can remove the ultra processed foods from their diet and tell them that what are the benefits of different colors in the diet. And again, globally a trend has been seen, and even during COVID, this was, kind of like, again, reiterated again and again, that, such kind of diets which are high in saturated fats, high in sugars, and which have a high glycemic index, which have a lot of ultra processed foods, are linked to non-communicable diseases like cancers, heart rates, and obesity. And this starts from the childhood itself. So that is where we need to give the important emphasis that it is not the adulthood where these things are starting. It is the childhood where these instances of poor well-being start, and then if you follow the trajectory, they go up till the adulthood life. And adulthood is where these diseases are actually manifested. So again, it is very important that we pay attention to such kind of issues, and we are actually telling the population groups who are the beneficiaries for such kind of policy front, that what are the benefits and what are the harmful impact of consuming such kinds of diet. And traditional diets, again, that our ancestors used to consume, which were nutrient dense, which were rich in fiber, which had the whole grains in them, which were not processed, have been consistently linked with lower risk, not just for non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension, but also and also mental health issues. So again, when we have this thing, a pattern where we are able to see this impact, it is very important that we inculcate such kinds of diets in the traditional diets of the children, and also tell them what to eat, what not to eat, and how to eat. There are always interesting ways in which a child's diet can be made more powerful and more interesting in terms of the colors, in terms of the shapes. So I would like to quote Anne Wigmore, who says that the food that you eat can either be the safest or the most powerful form of medicine, or the slowest form of poison. And this holds special importance, specifically in times post COVID, because again during COVID all our dietary habits have been changing towards more saturated, more convenience foods, more ready to eat foods, and poor diet quality. If we have a diet, and specifically when I'm talking about a poor diet, I am referring it more to children, because they are in their growing years, and as we know that up to the age of 5 years the brain development happens, and the child is actively involved in various kinds of activities. So a poor quality diet which lacks micronutrients, which is high in sugar, has a high glycemic index, is low in omega-3 fatty acids, has a high saturated fat content, and is low in proteins, again interferes with the brain development, interferes with the functioning of the brain, promotes inflammatory states in our body, leads to oxidative damage and inflammation in the body, and reduces the expression of brain derived neurotropic factor. And whenever this brain derived neurotropic factor is reduced, there are researches which prove that BDNF is positively associated with depression. So reduced levels of BDNF are associated with depression, and again in children they are related with irritability, emotional dysregulation, and anger, and low emotional states of well-being. And if we just look at the pathways of mental health and physical health, research has again and again emphasized on this fact that eating behavior of an individual impacts the diet quality and the food intake of that particular individual, which further impacts the BMI and the nutritional status of the person who's consuming it. Eating behavior is also impacted by and also impacts the mental well-being, which may further lead to eating disorders, and this may further lead to micronutrient deficiencies, which is a major concern worldwide today, and specifically in countries like India and Indonesia, where anemia rates specifically in the girls, in adolescent females, is very high, and also it leads to obesity. Again, India and Indonesia being at the forefront, and with the high levels of population we have worldwide, mental well-being and physical health again form a very important part of what we are discussing today, and probably what the policy makers should focus on. So these pictures are actually taken from the schools that were included in my own study for my PhD research work, and you can basically see that the actually these vendors are standing outside the schools, and it becomes very important to emphasize that the in between snacking and binge eating behaviors and the consumption of such kinds of foods is a common phenomena among children. And again, these foods that the children are consuming, they are just junk foods, and they are high in sugar, fat and salt, and they are bakery products, which are cakes and confectionaries. So again and again, what is coming out in the researches is that there is a lack of healthy snacking behavior and nutrition education, which is not being impacted to children, and even children who are younger than this age group are again pushed into consume such kinds of products, because again, availability of healthier options is an issue, accessibility is an issue, and again with the markets it's being flooded with convenient foods, and parents who are working, they opt out for convenience foods, and they tell that they themselves tell the children that please consume these products because we don't have the time to cook food. So again, we need to go back and think over these thoughts, that what is it that we are currently focusing on, and what are our priorities that we want to move ahead with. Now, like we are discussing about, uh, physical and mental well-being, it is very important to understand from a perspective of a diet, that why is diet important when it comes to mental development, specifically for children. Because like I mentioned earlier, till the age of 5 years, the brain is still developing, and we can definitely control certain kinds of behaviors in children. So again, it becomes very important for everybody to understand this from a perspective that uh, the diet that we are consuming is again constituted of macro and micronutrients. So the macros are carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, and the micros are, thiamine, niacin, pyridoxine, folic acid, cyanocobalamin, pantothenic acid, and vitamin C, and also our minerals like calcium, copper, chloride, iron, magnesium, potassium, selenium, sodium, and zinc. So if we are, concerned about the functioning of the brain, we need to understand that carbohydrates in the form of glucose basically provide the energy to the brain cells, and basically it is the source of food for the brain. But again, excess of carbohydrates in the form of simple sugars is also not recommended. Proteins, like we have just discussed about the neurotransmitters, again, proteins are the sources for the neurotransmitters and the amino acids like serotonin. It has a precursor like tryptophan, which is again an amino acid, and dopamine has phenylalanine. So the kind of proteins that we consume in our diet, they impact the kind of amino acids which are secreted as precursors in our body for the regulation of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine. And coming to fat, again, there is a disconnect between the quality of the fat which is being consumed, and the quantity of the fat which is being consumed. So when we are talking about the quality of the fat, again, we need to understand that the fat that goes in the diet needs to be rich in omega-3 fatty acids. It should have a good balance of omega-3 to omega-6 ratio, and EPA and DHA coming from your sources from the seafood, fish, and for the vegetarian group population, coming from flax seeds and flaxseed oil, again, is a very good source of healthy fats in the body, which are required for maintaining the brain cells, and also in the development of the brain, and more specifically for children, because as they are growing, their brain also develops, and the brain cells are very important for the functioning and maintaining a good health of the brain. And moving forward, our vitamins and minerals, I will not go into the details because it might take a lot of time, but I would just highlight that the vitamins and minerals that we consume in our diet, again, are involved in a lot of reactions in our body. And all the reactions in our body, again, like synthesis of vitamin D, synthesis of neurotransmitters, then release of energy, and again, neuromodulator reactions and enzyme cofactors release, as in dopamine synthesis. Again, they form a very important part of the bigger game which is happening in the brain. And again, these vitamins and minerals have a role to play in gene expression, protein synthesis, maintaining the structure and functioning of our brain cells, and managing the active transports of ions such as calcium and potassium across the cell membranes and cell signaling. So again, the kind of diets that we consume, the vitamins and minerals actually add up to a lot of activities. They add up to a lot of uh, uh, reactions in the body, and it becomes very important that we pay importance to them, and we highlight the need that we actually want good quality diets which are rich in micronutrients for the children of our country. And this can only be done if we have nutrition at the forefront of policy making. So moving towards a little easier slide, which further tells us that what are the food sources and the effects of deficiencies of these vitamins and minerals. So, if we have a vitamin B1 deficiency, again, it will be manifested in poor concentrations and attention spans. So what we can do, again, we can include, the food sources like whole grains and vegetables in our diet. And if we have a deficiency of vitamin B3, again leads to it leads to depression. If we have deficiencies of B5, again it leads to poor memory and stress. So again, coming back to brain health, and coming back to confusions and poor memory and stress levels and depression, what I want to highlight is that it becomes very important that we include the different food groups in our diet with the right kind of sources. And it is very important to emphasize over here that the plant-based sources like nuts and oil seeds they have a very important role to play, and they can help in dealing with a lot of deficiencies. So, like your sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, chia seeds. Chia seeds, again, they go towards a expensive end, but pumpkin, sunflower, melon, and flax seeds, they are some sources which some seeds which each one of us should include in our diet to increase the intake of vitamins and minerals like vitamin B1, B3, zinc, and selenium. And also discussing about brain health, these have a very important role to play. So when we are talking about brain and brain and the interaction of sugar, what I want to highlight is that when during our childhood years, what happens is that sugar is something that children are more attracted to. Sugar is a taste which is an acquired taste, but not a taste which a child knows from the birth. So sugar intake eventually uh, interacts with our brain health also. And if you can see, there are three types of brain scans which have been mentioned on the screen. And there is a brain scan which is of a normal person, and there are two brain scans which are of a person who is obese and consumes a lot of sugar, and the another one is of a human being who has a lot of addiction towards drugs. So if you just compare the brain scans of a person who is obese and for the one who has drug addiction, you can see that the brain scans are very similar, because there is a lot of inactivity happening in the brain, and the brain goes dull. So so again, it is very important to emphasize this thing that high sugar consumption is linked with lower IQ levels in children, and further it promotes higher anxiety, higher aggressive behaviors, hyperactivity, learning difficulties, dementia and fatigue in children. So again, it is very important that we emphasize on, the brain health and the high and the consumption of sugar in brain health. So again, very important to, understand these things from a perspective that children, when it comes to sugar, are more fascinated by sugar things, and sugar candies and sugar coated desserts. So again, the emphasis should be on cutting down sugar from a child's diet. And more so, when we are talking about the role of nutrition, another important thing that we need to cater to is the saturated fats that we are currently consuming in our diets. Why? Because again, these saturated fats lead to a kind of inflammation in the body, and this inflammation is further related to diseases like your diabetes, your cardiovascular diseases, obesity, inflammation. And again, the inflammation that is seen during obesity is very much similar to the inflammation that we see during our poor mental well-being. So it becomes very important that we give due importance to the consumption of the fats that are there in the diet. And symptoms like depression, anxiety, memory problems, irritability, and aggression are catered to. And trans fats, which are hidden fats in all the convenience foods and fried foods, again need to be dealt with a lot of caution. And when we are actually consuming these products with children, care needs to be taken that uh, you know we are able to uh, tell the child the harmful impacts of such trans fats and how the body would react when such trans fats are introduced in a child's diet. Moving forward, proteins and carbohydrates again are very important, like we were discussing about the macros. So proteins, like I was mentioning, again are made up of amino acids. And for example, one particular amino acid called tryptophan is the precursor or the backbone for serotonin. And research has further signified this fact that lack of serotonin or irregular serotonin production leads to mood disruptions. And without adequate tryptophan in the body, the body doesn't make enough serotonin. And if we do not have enough serotonin levels in our body, we will experience uh, depressed mood, we will experience depression, and we might also experience some levels of anxiety. So again, it is very important that what kind of proteins are going in a diet. Are we including sources of tryptophan and serotonin in our diet? Again, a question to ponder, because we never look at diets from a perspective that this is a heart healthy diet or this is a brain friendly diet. We just look it from a perspective that this is a healthy diet. But again, when we are talking about developmental delays in children, and when we are keeping children in focus, again it becomes very important that we focus on the kinds of the proteins we include in a child's diet. And moving forward again, it is very important to understand that the concentration of carbohydrates and proteins in the diet, they are important to regulate the uptake of serotonin in the bodies. So if there is a meal which is high in proteins, and which further impacts the tryptophan concentrations in the diet, and also leads to poor secretions of serotonin in our body. So again, it is very well established fact that serotonin is considered as a happy hormone, and it as it uplifts mood of an individual. So proteins and carbohydrates, again uh, uh, the research suggests that stress is known to increase with the production of pro-inflammatory cytokines, and the relationship appears to be bidirectional, with inflammation suggested as a direct contributor to the risk of depressive illness. And consumption of a diet rich in antioxidants, vitamins and minerals and fiber is associated with reduced systemic inflammation. And diets that are low in essential nutrients such as magnesium, and a western type of a diet with increased consumption of refined cereals, red meats, saturated fats and sugars is further associated with systemic inflammation. So again, the habitual shift globally, which is the increased consumption of refined sugars, and needs to be catered to. And hyperglycemia further results in the promotion of inflammatory states in the body, and high glycemic loads are associated with systemic inflammation. So at the end, dietary factors such as refined sugars, saturated fats, they have a detrimental impact on the expression of the brain factors that are particularly salient to depressive illness. Coming to the fats that we are discussing, that um, So I would just like to, pause for a minute. Actually, there is a network issue at my end. I will just take a minute and reshare the slides. Just a minute.
Check, check. Hello.
Is my presentation visible now?
Okay, right. It's visible.
Yeah, is the presentation
Ah,
visible? Okay, okay. So
okay,
we were
okay.
discussing about fats in the diet. Yeah. So, when it comes to fats, again, it is very important that we are concerned about the composition of the fats in the diet, and we reduce the consumption of saturated fats and increase the consumption of unsaturated fats like omega-3 and omega-6 in our diets, and omega-3 fatty acids like EPA and DHA again are very important when it comes to the kinds of diets we want for our children and their growing brains. So again, it is very important to emphasize that the kind of diet a child has, again, it impacts the mental well-being of the child. And omega-3 fatty acids, again, they come in two forms and generally are found in fishes like EPA and DHA. And the sources of omega-3 fatty acids are salmon, sardines, and mackerel. And again, omega-3 fatty acids, for a population group who is a vegetarian, for a population group, they can consume walnuts, flax seeds, and chia seeds and hemp seeds, and as these are again rich in alpha linolenic acids. So it is very important to understand that omega-3s are very important, and the western kinds of dietary pattern that we are currently consuming, they are resulting in low levels of um, poor mental and emotional well-being, and the incidences of depression, anxiety, ADHD, particularly in children, autism in children, bipolar disorders, learning disabilities, and multiple sclerosis in elderlies. Again, these are on a rise. And also, postpartum depression, when a mother is giving has given birth to the children, and she experiences some kind of a depressed mood. So this is very important when it comes to poor mental well-being of children. So again, why is this important? This is important because omega-3 fatty acids form the cell membranes of the brain cells, and they also reduce the inflammation in the body, and they are linked to low levels of autism, ADHD, Alzheimer's, and depression. They balance blood sugar levels, which is essential for healthy brain, and they increase the activity activity of a key molecule in the brain, and this is known as brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which stimulates new cell growth and increased cell connections. Moving forward, we have micronutrients that I would like to highlight. And again, micronutrients have a very important role to play, and the objective of including micronutrients in the diet should be based on the RDAs, which are the recommended dietary allowances for important brain vitamins and minerals, including calcium, zinc, vitamin A and B6. And uh, please remember that this is the minimal recommended intake. And every time we remove a nutrient from a diet or a plate of a children, we are actually uh, making it work in an opposite manner. And again, it is very important that fresh sources of fruits and vegetables are included in the diet of the children. And coming to zinc, because zinc has been a focus during the pandemic times also, because zinc has been the essential vitamin, essential mineral in providing the immunity boost that was required during the COVID time. So zinc is involved in many of the enzymatic reactions of the brain, and it also assists the metabolization of omega-3 fatty acids. Research has linked low dietary levels of zinc with depression symptoms, and zinc levels are 30% also lower in children with ADHD. So, when we have a child who has ADHD. So, ADHD is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So, the child is not able to concentrate in this kind of, problem, and it is a big challenge for the child to sit as a, normal human being and being relaxed, and they are always very agitated and very hyperactive in nature. So in such kinds of children, research has again seen that the zinc levels are lower than the healthy peers, and that is like 30% lower. And what we can do is we can include lean meats, beans, nuts, oatmeal and egg yolks, fresh gingers and pumpkin seeds in the child's diet. So again, this becomes a very important factor when it comes to the diet of the child. And magnesium is a relaxation mineral. So like zinc, magnesium is also involved in many of the enzymatic reactions that take place in the human brain. And magnesium levels are decreased or by excessive consumption of salt and coffee and sugar, soda and antibiotics, and also with consumption of alcohols. And low levels of magnesium have been associated with poor mood disorders and depressions and suicide cases as well. So again, the sources of magnesium are wheat and oat bran, brown rice, nuts, and dark green leafy vegetables. They can be included in the diet of the children to provide with the right kind of amounts of magnesium. Coming to vitamin C, as we all know, again, our citrus fruits are very important, and in providing the right kind of vitamin C we all need. And vitamin C again has been a prime focus during COVID times, because it is a vitamin which releases inflammation in the body and also provides immunity. Bell peppers, dark green leafy vegetables, kiwis, broccolis, berries, citrus fruits and tomatoes, peas and papayas again have an important role to play when it comes to vitamin C. Again, vitamin D, a sunshine hormone, very important for children, because again, bone development and cognitive development is taking place. So again, including the right kinds of sources of vitamin D like cod liver oil, almonds and egg yolks is very important in our diets, but as we are not able to get it from the sunlight. And most another important thing that we need to kind of highlight is that it is the gut brain axis that we need to currently focus on. And during the COVID time, the gut brain axis also started including gut brain sorry, gut, brain, and the lung axis. So, you know, it is like a imaginary line running right from our brains towards the gut, and it intersects at the lungs. So it is very important that, you know, the kind of microbiota and the kind of, you know, the friendly bacteria we have in our gut, we help them, you know, grow. So all the fermented foods that we consume are very important, and, you know, consumptions of probiotics, prebiotics is very important in our diet, because you know, uh, these microorganisms have a very important role to play in providing the right kind of immunity, not just to an elderly person or to an adult, but also to children, because children have the lowest levels of, you know, immunities these days with the kind of diets that we are consuming. So again, feeding the gut is very important. Taking care of, you know, what we are including in our diets is very important. And again, low sugar fruits, healthy fats like extra virgin olive oil, coconut oil, and nut butters, and you know, fermented probiotics like kombucha, kimchi salad, sauerkrauts, yogurt, again have a very important role and in our diets, and they should be included in a child's diet too. And moving forward, you know, autism spectrum disorders is one of the developmental delays which is there in, you know, in children. And again, it is like a gamut of, you know, factors which is related with the onset of such kinds of disorders. And on the nutritional assessment, when we do the nutritional assessment of children with ADSD, you know, it is very, you know, this thing alarming to see that their dietary intakes are very poor, and in the macros, only glucose is going as a source of carbohydrates, you know, in the form of refined sugars, and, you know, the diets are lacking, you know, the right kind of proteins and micronutrients in the diet. So again, it is very important that we, you know, impart the right kind of education to the child as well as to the parent of such you know, children, because ultimately, you know, the caregiver has an important role to play in this kind of you know, condition, because the child is already, you know, delayed in achieving the developmental milestones, like, you know, the posture will not be straight, or the child will not be able to maintain, you know, his or her posture, the strength will be less, endurance will be less, and also the coordination between hand and eye movements, you know, drinking from a straw, or drinking milk from a cup, or the use of utensils and the use of knives and forks is very, very difficult. And the bilateral coordination between the left you know, limbs and the right limbs is not there. So again, it becomes very important, and there is an asymmetry in the anatomical structures. So it is very important that, you know, we kind of emphasize that, you know, such kind of uh, problems are there, and, you know, such kind of problems will, you know, come up more in the future when we have children whose diets are again a big question. So it is very important to again, you know, think about a child's diet when it comes to, you know, the neuromotor coordination as well, because such kinds of poor quality diets will you know, also lead to poor quality of neuromotor coordination in children, and also sensory processing in terms of, you know, the reflexes, auditory reflexes, the tactile reflexes, the modulation of sensory processing is very low. And again, you know, a child's diet where micronutrients are a concern is very important, you know, to be highlighted. So um, again, it is important that we, you know, pay attention to the taste, texture, and temperature to the of the foods that the child is, you know, currently eating. We provide, you know, the right kind of sensory modulations in the form of stimulations, and you know, we are able to also advise the parents on how the food that the child is consuming should not interfere with the respiration of the child, because children who are on the autism spectrum, they have a problem with swallowing of the food, and the other respiratory problems also creep in. So again, motivation and interest in feeding is very important when it comes to children. Presentation of the food is very important. Eye contact is very important. Attentiveness and an ability to remain calm and regulate during feeding is very important. And anticipation of responsiveness is also very important when it comes to the caregivers. And we should always encourage the child to self feed,
We have
uh,
entered.
self feed, and as a developmental, as a developmental milestone, because self feeding is very important when it comes to regulating the coordination and the uh, movement of children. And when it comes to ADHD and developmental delays in children, there is a kind of a diet which was prescribed by a scientist named Gold. And again, this diet is basically talking about elimination of all the preservatives and the artificial colors and flavorings that we are currently using in products to make it more attractive to the children, from the child's diet. Because these preservatives, like your artificial colors, fragrances, and your antioxidants like BHA, BHT, TBHQ, all of these artificial sweeteners, they have they have chemical reactions in the body, and they get impacted by what how they are absorbed in the body, and the residues again interfere with the brain development. So it is very important that we include exclude such kind of products from the child's diet, and pay attention to what he or she is consuming. And BHA, BHT, and TBHQ are generally some kinds of preservatives that we all see on the packaged foods, not just in our countries but abroad as well. And a global consensus on exclusion of these is required, because again, it's about a child's mental well-being. And there is a list of food dyes, like FDC, which is a blue color, indigo color, FDC2, and FDC number 40, which is again a red color, 5 is a yellow color. So again, all these kinds of food colors have been used in all the kind of food products that are available today. And they not just impart a uh, coloring impact to attract the child, but again, they have a lot of impact on the kind of um, the absorption in the body and the brain functioning in the body. So again, care should be taken that we are able to modulate a child's diet accordingly, and we are able to provide them with the right kind of nutrients that we have for children. So again, it is very important that you concentrate on what needs to be given in terms of the food that we're giving to the child. And nutrition interventions should include including mineral and vitamin therapies, such as excluding the gluten and the casein from the diet, because children are allergic to gluten and casein, and supplementing it with the essential fatty acids. So again, when it comes to ADHD, elimination or restrictive diets is what is recommended. And uh, and again, it goes back to elimination of products like which are processed and ultra processed, like the packaged milk, the cheeses, eggs, and chocolates and nuts. And again, we need to reintroduce a product in a child's diet every 2 to 5 weeks, just to see what is the kind of reaction the child is having. Because again, these are immunity regulated reactions, and the advice is to basically go by increasing the omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, and not emphasize on the other mechanisms in the diet. And also to increase the vitamins and minerals consumption in the body. So again, ADHD is associated with the metabolic dysfunction, and still date we don't have any clear data on the specific doses and ingredients, but yeah, definitely high levels of the junk food or the ultra processed foods are considered to be toxic when it comes to ADHD children. So again, elimination of artificial food color becomes a question in such kind of developmental delays and problems where the child is still growing, still developing, but has already experienced a delay in terms of acceptability of a traditional household diet. So what needs to be done in that is something quite questionable. And again, sugar is one of the major uh, this thing when it comes to ADHD, because sugar again leads to hyperactivity, and sugar has a lot of absorption issues in the body. So again, sugar is very influential when it comes to hyperactivity in a child's diet. So what can be included in a child's diet when we are concerned about hyperactivity and developmental delays? So again, fresh fruits and juices, and fruits like all your seasonal fruits can be included, whole grains can be included, low fat dairy products, and seafood can also be included. But again, care needs to be taken that the child is not allergic to these products. And if we just look at the other hand of the picture, we can see all our processed and ultra processed food items, they are to be avoided and eliminated from a child's diet, because there are a lot of reactions in the body that the child is experiencing, and such kind of food products will ultimately lead to the consumption. So what is important is that we maintain a balance between the child's diet, and also try to remove all the kinds of colorants and preservatives which are there, either in the form of like a sodium benzoate preservative, which is very common in tomato ketchups, jams, and jellies. And again, all the three food products are very much a part of a child's diet. So the elimination becomes important. So what we should do is we should try hands on going in a very traditional manner, in which we are telling the child that he or she can consume some kinds of products which are homemade, and we can present them to the child in a way that they are attractive and the child is consuming them. And it has also been verified that diet is potentially an important biological mediated environmental influence that it can have on ADHD. So again, factors like lim- uh, uh, pacing of the meals, what are the feeding expectations, and the content and tone of the meal interactions, and attentiveness during feeding is very important. And it is very important that we persist the child to sit, hold the food, and eat himself or herself, because that helps in regulating of emotions as well. And it is very important that the family eats together, because that helps in stimulation to the brain. And self feeding and self care skills should be promoted for children, because they help in motor development also. And again, the child should be taught how to chew the food, how to swallow the food, and what are the kind of behaviors that are acceptable when when the entire family is sitting for feeding. And also when the child reaches a milestone, it is very important to reward the child also, and this can be done in a form of activities like playful interactions and positive gestures, and also like singing or sticker charts, where the child knows that he or she has entered a milestone. And again, this is very important when it comes to putting up the stickers. So it is very important that we all pay due importance to such kind of activities. Moving forward, it is again very important that there is a playful engagement when it comes to food. And we're able to present the food in a manner that it is again very attractive and helpful for the child. So the touch, smell, and bite and is very important for the child. How the food looks on the plate is very important. We can always play with the shapes of animals like fishes and teddy bears and a cat or an owl or something like that, which attracts the child and make the activity with the food a little more playful. And again, it is very important that such kind of considerations form a part of the food preparation, where the food is cut into different shapes and characters and cookie cutters, and the food we have food games or toys, and we can use finger paintings with purees and sauces and yogurts and puddings, and make a food face or a necklace with it. And that is how we can inculcate different kinds of products in a child's diet, which are healthy yet colorful and yet nutritious and also important for a child's growth. And also the child should be involved in meal preparations and presentations, and there should be a consistent time and place where these moments happen, and the kind of proportions the child is consuming should be catered to. So and every family member needs to participate in the diet planning and inculcating in a child's regular routine. And also from a parental perspective, it is very important that no force feeding is done. If the child is a picky eater, the child should be given the opportunity to pick and eat whatever he or she wants to eat. And again, this is very important from a perspective that the problems during feeding are a major concern when it comes to developmental delays, because children don't want to eat food, and they are like a total picky eater and a fussy eater, and there is low sensations towards tactile processing and oral sensations. So again, care should be taken that there is no force feeding which is happening, and the parent should be educated about such kind of things. The parents should be imparted the right kind of nutrition knowledge, and also they should be told about what are the portion sizes which are appropriate specifically for the children. Now the last question, part of the slides is about how do I know whether I'm eating healthy or not. So what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to um, read the labels of the food products, see that if I'm consuming a certain kind of food product, what kind of impact it has on my mood. And I would like to end over here with with a powerful quote by Dr. Mark Hyman, and he says that the most powerful tool we have that can change our brain and our health is our folk. So I'm open to questions, and a big thank you to the ICHN team for having me here, and all the participants for the patient listening. Thank you so much.
Okay, right. Thank you very much, Dr. Pritikana. Very good presentation. And we would like to extend appreciation for your presentation. And from your presentation, I have noted some knowledge. The first is as you presented that environmental factor correlate with the food intake, including culture, and then physical, environmental, kemudian, and then social, and then personal. You also note that poor nutrition diet will lead malnutrition and lack of micronutrition. And in another slide, you also said that role of nutrition in consumption, role of nutrition when we consume fake diets, it can be lead to several diseases, including type 2 diabetic, cardiovascular, obesity, and inflammation as well as. So And then we move to the question and answer section. We have so many questions, and let me to read one by one. And also, if the audience have question to ask direct to the speaker, you can raise your hand and then ask the question to speaker. Okay, the first question I have we have read in the screen for the Dr. Nurzalinda. Thank you very much. Dr. Nurzalinda, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Okay, right. The first question is for you. Thank you for very wonderful presentation, Dr. Zalinda. What do you think the best approach that can be made to improve lifestyle, especially in after pandemic? And then the second question is, like you mentioned before that 6 targets for maternal, infant, and young child nutrition to be achieved in 2025. Are there any short-term target that we can immediately achieve from these 6? And the second question is that is there an effective way we can do to break the vicious cycle of childhood obesity?
Okay, thank you to those who are asking questions. So I should respond for the first question first by Ms. Nuriani. Is there any best approach that can we make to improve the lifestyle, especially after pandemic? Right, that's quite tricky question, you see, because if you can remember from my presentation, there is a multi-layer of factors that can contribute to malnutrition before pandemic and during pandemic. And first, we can see that we already ease the restriction movement. So my take on that question is, it depends on where you are, who are you, and where are you at. Okay, if you are an individual, if you want to improve your lifestyle, so you should change from yourself. Okay, you should know, if based on my question, if you are physically inactive, so you should know, be more active. Okay, instead of achieving higher aims, but can start with 5,000 steps a day, 10,000 steps a day. That's individual level. And then when talking about if you are a nutritionist or dietitian or anywhere that you have the capacity to intervene by giving education or share the awareness, please do so and let inform the patients or participants or anyone that you can approach. You can let them know that it is never late to change the lifestyle. Start eating healthy. Start being more active. Okay. So and then if you are in the policy makers, okay, if you are at the high level of status, yeah, if you have more strong voice that you can advocate, so please do so. Okay, there is a analytical framework that UNICEF come out, combination with WHO and also USAID. It's a very comprehensive framework to look at what are the factors and the consequences in relations to overnutrition and undernutrition. I think it is a good way that you can look that framework on how to move forward. Yeah, that's the biggest scale. But again, starting where you are and who are you? Okay, if you are a mother, if you are parents, if you are family members, then start small. If you are someone that can have the strong voice in terms of policy changes and so on, so then do that. Okay, that's for Ms. Yani's question. So the second question from Umi, if I'm not mistaken, you're asking, is there any current status showing that whether we are achieving or not. Perhaps in national level, we may do have, okay, certain, we do have collect small scale studies or data that can show whether we are at the right track or not. But in terms of global data, there's scarcities here and there, because during pandemic, it is very difficult to collect all this data, isn't it? So we do maybe have it, but we need to try to gather all the information then we can identify where we are at. But in a small scale matter, I think we do have in Malaysia, in Indonesia, it depends on the country, yeah. But it may have bias or uncertainties, because during lockdown, okay, health services and all this are not disrupted. Yeah? Okay, so that's my take on the second by Ulfaira. Yeah? And then you asked about the effective way we can do to break the vicious cycle of childhood obesity. My take on that is similar response from Ms. Yani questions. If you can remember the cycle, the vicious cycle, there is always a place that we can intervene. Okay, if you know the child is overweight or obesity, I should say this. Okay, sometimes we only focus on the child. Okay, unfortunately, the child become overweight or obese is due to multiple factors. The obesogenic environment, okay, the food that available to them, the parents that showing the examples to them, or whether the parents have the time to feed healthy food and to have healthy lifestyle. So again, that's come back to the response where I gave to Ms. Yani. Start small. Okay, if you can, if the child is in your family, bring together, make it a session in a family. Together eat well, together practice healthy eating, physical activity, be more active, and if you are a nutritionist or dietitian, so you need to approach in a more, I think it's not only focusing on the kid, but focusing on the parents, the school out. So that's my take on the question, the second question, Israfil. Okay.
Okay.
There's
right.
another question. All right.
Okay. The third question is why it is said that the cause of obesity are causing in urban area, even though it should be easier for people who live in urban area to monitor their health and get more attention from the government, and the facilities from carrying out sport activity are more adequate from Wayan.
Okay, Niwayan, thank you for your question. I do agree with you. The facilities, the services are more accessible. Unfortunately, we do have urban poor community. We are talking about urban poor people where they have to struggle. They sometimes need to work more than one type of jobs, and then they don't have any time to do for physical activity. For example, even the parks or anything is in front of them. Okay, and then at the same time, the accessibility to obesogenic environment, for example, the fast food, the ultra processed food, okay, always ready, and usually the urban poor will choose to buy cheapest food that can fill the stomach, and they tend to have a higher energy dense food compared to nutrition dense food. So when discussing that's how I take it in terms of your question. Of course, there are a lot of facilities. There's a lot of services that are surrounding them, but the circumstances that they experiencing, especially the urban poor, are different than those who are high income and they have the privilege to access to all those things. All right, that's my take, Israfil. I hope I answering all this question.
Okay, great answer from Dr. Nurzalinda. Thank you very much. And
no worries.
Okay, we can move to the next question for Dr. Pritikana. Are you still with us, Dr. Pritikana? Hello, Dr. Priti? Are you heard my voice? Hello, Dr. Pritikana? Hello? Hello, Dr. Priti?
Yes, I'm there. I'm
Okay,
there. Am I
okay.
audible?
Okay, right. The next question is for you. The question is, let me to read. What the best diet can we consume that can improve our health status, especially to support immune system? And then the second question is, I have question for Mrs. Pritikana that currently boba milk tea is happening. Many young people and kids like this drink, but I feel the effect after drinking it like hyperactive. So what is the recommended sugar content threshold to avoid the effect in higher sugar consumption on brain? And what are the local food source and deficiency effect of choline?
Okay,
Okay,
so
is it
very
great?
interesting.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
very interesting questions. Thank you so much for them. So, as we talk about the best kinds of diets, we don't have any best kinds of diets. So, the recommendations always is that something which your family is traditionally consuming, you should always go on the traditional dietary patterns of your own cultural and your own, physical environment, because that is something your genes, your bodies are, closely linked with. And your plate should be colorful in nature, and when you look at your plate, you should see all the different colors of the different food groups that are there. So try and include as many different food groups as possible. Try and include rich sources of whole grains, fruits and vegetables. Try and include sources of milk and milk proteins, and always a glass of water that's there with your meals. So that is something that needs to be inculcated in all our diets, because as such there is not any best diets, but the recommendation always is to reduce the intake of sugars in the diets, increase the intake of whole grains, multigrains, millets in the diet, along with the fruits and vegetables. So that's the answer for the first question. And second question, yes, again, this boba milk tea is something which is becoming like a new age swag even in India. So when we are as we are discussing about the obesity prevention and the post pandemic era, it is very important to highlight that such kinds of processed foods have an impact on our body. And sugar, again, is very dehydrating in nature, and excess consumption of sugar definitely, yes, leads to hyperactivity disorders, and also promotes the early onset of diabetes in the young population groups. So that is where that ideology comes into play. And when you were talking about sources of choline, so all the seafood that is available, all the green leafy vegetables, spinach, baby spinach, and cabbage, all these are good sources of your choline, and these can be included in your diets. And also your nuts and oil seeds, the skin of nuts and oil seeds, specifically the almonds and walnuts, they have good content of choline and zinc in them. So whenever you are consuming nuts, you should always consume them with skin, specifically almonds, because the skin has your zinc and choline attached to them, and that helps in absorption inside the body. So yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Preti, for your very kind answer. There are some trouble. Our moderator is not joining with us. Thank you for our very good presentation for the speaker. From our committee, we will give appreciation with certificate. Share screen.
Hello.
Yeah, you can
Hello.
continue. Yusrafil, you can continue. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, excuse me. My phone is have a trouble. Okay, right. Is my voice sounds clear?
Yes, clear, Israfil. You can continue.
Okay. Okay. Okay, right. Yeah, thank you very much for Dr. Nursalinda and Dr. Pritikana for great insight today. And I want to say I'm very happy to be here today, moderate you in this great event. Yeah, thank you very much for a wonderfully opportunity to meet with you all as the expert in this area. It's extraordinary for me. And yeah, so yes, I think that we have two speakers here with the great knowledge, and we know that we are hand in hand to work in this and how to solve stunted and obesity and malnutrition as have been presented in post-pandemic era, and every profession do their bit for it. And I'm very happy for that. And thank you very much, Dr. Nursalinda Zalbahar, and also Dr. Pritikana for joining with us in Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, our institution. Very much appreciate for it. To extend our appreciation, we would like to serve certificate of appreciation for joining and sharing your knowledge with us. The first is for Dr. Nursalinda Zalbahar. Nice to meet you, Professor Doctor. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. And then for the next certificate is for Dr. Pritikana as our second speaker today. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Pritikana.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you today, even it comes by virtually. I'm Israfil. Maybe in the next we can collaborate to Dr. Priti or Dr. Nursalinda.
Sure, sure.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And for the audience, thank you very much for being a wonderful participant during this section, and hopefully see you again very real soon. And thank you very much. And yeah, thank you very much for you all. We will enter to break section, and we will continue our meeting in 1 p.m. Thank you very much. See you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Nurzalinda and Dr. Predi. What a great presentation. And also thank you, Mr. Israfil. You did a very good job today. Thanks, speakers and moderators. Take care and have a good day. Next agenda will be lunch and Salah Zuhr break. The presentation agenda will be held on around 1 to 1:30 p.m. Central Indonesia time. Thank you and see you around.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo merupakan satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sejarah berdirinya jurusan Gizi diawali dengan terbentuknya program studi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tahun 2003. Alhamdulillah pada tanggal 2 Agustus tahun 2007, jurusan Gizi berdiri secara resmi bersamaan dengan berdirinya Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ditandai dengan terbitnya surat keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 890. Jurusan Gizi terus mengembangkan diri, yang mana pada tahun 2018 keluar izin operasional program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik. Sehingga sejak tahun 2018, jurusan Gizi sudah memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Diploma 3 Gizi dan program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik.
Visi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo adalah menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi berkarakter, kompetitif, dan terdepan dalam bidang gizi pangan lokal di tingkat nasional tahun 2024. Untuk mencapai visi yang ditetapkan hingga tahun 2024, program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki misi yang relevan, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian yang bermutu dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berdaya saing secara nasional. Melaksanakan penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya pangan lokal yang terpublikasi nasional dan internasional. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang gizi yang tepat guna, berbasis hasil penelitian dengan berorientasi pada pemanfaatan pangan lokal.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Jurusan Gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini terdiri dari 7 laboratorium, yaitu Laboratorium Penyuluhan dan Konsultasi Gizi, Laboratorium Penilaian Status Gizi, Laboratorium Ilmu Pangan, Laboratorium Uji Cita Rasa, Laboratorium Penyelenggaraan Makanan. Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Mikrobiologi,
Misi yang kedua, menyelenggarakan manajemen secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan pengelolaan manajemen sumber daya manusia, keuangan, sarana, dan prasarana secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan. Misi yang ketiga, meningkatkan dan mengembangkan kerjasama dengan mitra terkait dengan tujuan untuk menjalin kerjasama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat serta pendayagunaan lulusan. Selamat datang di Perpustakaan Terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memberikan layanan penelusuran koleksi berupa buku, e-book, jurnal terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, majalah dan surat kabar, prosiding serta karya tulis ilmiah yang tersedia dalam bentuk tercetak dan elektronik. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo dapat juga diakses di perpustakaan@poltekkesgorontalo.ac.id.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Multimedia Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini mempunyai 78 unit komputer yang digunakan sebagai proses pembelajaran mata kuliah aplikasi komputer dan CBT Center pada uji kompetensi.
Selamat datang di ruangan Himaju Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ruangan ini biasa kami gunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan seperti berdiskusi tentang penyusunan program kerja, rapat evaluasi program kerja yang sudah terjalankan, dan tempat bagi kami untuk membicarakan hambatan atau kendala apa saja yang terjadi selama menjalankan program kerja.
siapa?
Itu loh, teman SMA aku yang sekelas. Dia kayaknya pernah ikut debat deh sama kamu.
Oh iya bener.
Samperin yuk.
Ayo.
Kita. Hai. Kalian ngapain di sini? Kita habis daftar di sini. Oh iya. Iya. Kamu ngapain di sini? Aku mau daftar juga. Oh iya. Iya. Kalian daftar jurusan apa emang? Kebetulan kita daftar jurusan gizi. Nah, di jurusan gizi itu mempunyai 2 program studi. Yang pertama diploma 3 gizi dan sarjana terapan gizi.
Oh iya. Aku mau tahu dong, keunggulan dari prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu apa?
Mau tahu ya?
Iya.
Nah, sini aku perlihatkan. Sini ada penjelasan dari prodinya sendiri.
Selamat datang di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik, jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Semua orang pasti mempunyai mimpi, tapi tidak semua orang bisa mewujudkan mimpinya. Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik adalah satu-satunya program studi vokasional gizi di Provinsi Gorontalo dengan level sarjana. Keunggulan dari prodi ini adalah manajemen stunting yang akan memberikan pengetahuan dan pengalaman yang luar biasa khususnya dalam pencegahan dan penanganan stunting. Contohnya, kaum milenial yang hidup di era digital akan diberikan pendidikan oleh dosen dan tenaga pendidik yang profesional tentunya, dan juga akan menikmati pengalaman yang luar biasa dalam praktikum laboratorium dan juga praktek magang di lapangan.
Bentar. Aku mau tahu dong, berapa lama sih kalau kita kuliah di prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu?
Nah, untuk sarjana terapan gizi, masa studinya itu bisa dilihat di sini, dia 8 semester.
Oh, seperti itu ya. Nah, terus kalau nanti udah lulus, kita mau jadi apa?
Nah, dengar dulu, di sini udah ada penjelasannya. Oke, kita lihat ulang.
Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik memiliki visi menjadi program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik terdepan yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional dan berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting tahun 2024. Bisa dikatakan kuliah di sini itu sambil kuliah sekalian bisa ikut menangani stunting karena didampingi oleh tenaga pengajar yang profesional dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Prospek kedepannya sangat bergantung dari misi prodi ini, yaitu Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang dikemas dalam misi prodi. Yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran secara profesional berbasis perkembangan teknologi pendidikan berkarakter dan bermutu di bidang gizi khususnya dalam manajemen stunting. Ditunjang oleh sistem pendidikan yang sesuai dengan level KKNI yang dikemas dalam kurikulum, dalam pembelajaran, dan juga tenaga pendidik profesional yang berkompeten di bidangnya. Misi kedua, mengembangkan penelitian terapan unggulan dan publikasinya di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Penelitian selalu dilakukan oleh dosen sebagai bagian dari Tridharma. Hasil dari penelitian dipublikasikan dalam bentuk jurnal, baik di jurnal nasional, internasional. Selain itu juga ada dalam bentuk buku dan juga hak cipta. Yang ini sesuai dengan misi ketiga, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis hasil penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Contohnya, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berupa edukasi dan intervensi gizi, serta pendampingan pembuatan modifikasi pangan dari hasil penelitian. Selain itu, misi keempat dari prodi ini yaitu melakukan jalinan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan Tridharma dalam rangka meningkatkan mutu dan daya serap lulusan sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Kerjasama juga kami lakukan beberapa di antaranya dengan Poltekkes, pemerintah daerah, rumah sakit, hotel, industri, dan juga instansi pemerintah, serta instansi-instansi lain yang berkaitan dengan prodi kami.
Bagus ya. Emang fasilitas yang ada di prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu ada apa saja sih?
Nah, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. Di sini fasilitasnya sudah memadai. Coba lihat.
Sarana prasarana yang kami miliki antara lain adalah tempat pembelajaran berupa kelas. Kelas yang kami miliki ada beberapa dan bisa menampung hingga 40 mahasiswa dalam satu kelas. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki laboratorium, di antaranya adalah laboratorium penyelenggaraan makanan, Di laboratorium terpadu, kami juga memiliki laboratorium pangan, yaitu laboratorium multisensori, laboratorium pengolahan pangan, laboratorium PSG, laboratorium BKG, dan juga laboratorium tumbuh kembang anak. Mutiara. Selain laboratorium, kami juga memiliki perpustakaan yang sudah online dengan nasional. Laboratorium komputer berbasis CBT atau komputer based. Untuk mendukung pembelajaran digital, kami menyediakan akses internet yang cukup untuk mahasiswa dan juga beberapa aplikasi yang mendukung pembelajaran berbasis digital, di antaranya LMS, website. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki learning management system yang terintegrasi dengan sistem pembelajaran di tempat kami. Untuk mendukung ekstrakurikuler mahasiswa, kami juga memiliki beberapa lapangan olahraga dan juga auditorium untuk pertunjukan seni dan juga kegiatan lainnya.
Mari bergabung bersama kami, Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Gizi, untuk mencegah stunting dan obesitas. Hidup Himaju Gizi!
Selain itu, kami juga memiliki fasilitas parkir yang cukup dan luas. Kemudian untuk sarana peribadatan, kami juga menyediakan masjid di dalam kampus.
Wah, keren ya. Ya udah, aku mau gabung bareng kalian aja.
Udah, ayo.
Bentar-bentar, kalian nggak sibuk kan? Enggak kok. Yuk, yuk.
Mari bergabung bersama kami program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetika Profesional berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting.
Apa tuh Pak Sam?
The participant cannot share.
Yeah, maybe from the superhost when
Sekarang di Palangkaraya.
Palangkaraya.
Oh, mantap.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu semuanya. Jadi di bawah santai aja Pak semuanya. Semoga kegiatan hari ini banyak membawa insight bagi kita semua, saling bertukar pikiran terhadap apa yang sudah kita lakukan di institusi masing-masing. Ya tentunya ini kan hasil karya-karya terbaik dari Bapak Ibu yang kemudian didiseminasikan di konferensi di Poltekkes Gorontalo.
Halo Pak Sirajudin, halo, assalamualaikum Pak Sira.
Oke, sudah bisa ya?
Pak Sirajudin.
Yes. Jufri, Manado.
Manado, Pak Jufri.
Oh. Tadi itu yang presenter dari Malaysia Pak Yusrafi. Saya mau diskusi tadi dengan beliau. Sayangnya itu sudah mepet waktu salat Jumat tadi.
Ya, betul.
Ya,
betul. Jadi
padahal maksudnya kita mau join about problem health nutrition in Malaysia. Differences if we compare with Indonesia, however,
iya, betul,
kita sama-sama satu ras, tapi kenapa public health
ada
kita
perbedaan
sama
iya. Betul. Gapnya itu lumayan jauh sih. Tadi itu saya lihat memang presentasinya saya mengikuti sampai akhir karena kebetulan di zona waktu saya itu Indonesia Barat, jadi
kami belum sudah naik khutbah.
Ya, saya belum kena waktu sholat Jumat tadi, jadi bisa mengikuti dan memang sangat-sangat menarik sih pembahasannya itu terkait dengan over dan undernutrisi di beberapa yang
Ya.
apa namanya sosioekonomik, kemudian juga apa namanya politik dan lain-lain yang
Ya,
tadi
betul.
iya, yang mungkin sedikit banyak itu turut terlibat gitu. Tapi entah seperti apa mekanismenya
Dari
perlu
Manado.
breakdown.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. Technical problem, so
Okay.
join again.
Okay, baik.
For all the presenter, we start from Bapak Dr. Sirajuddin, SPMKS RD. So I will share the video for Bapak Sirajuddin.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcoming everyone in the first International Conference Health and Nutrition. My title about the role of walnut, Canarium indicum, toward reducing blood cholesterol level in hyperlipidemic quasi-experimental. My team, first author Sukmawati, and my name is Sirajuddin, and other team, Suryani Rao. We are from Department Nutrition Health Polytechnic of Makassar. Okay. To make sure that I presented will be briefly my point of view today. First, introduction, objective, method, result, discussion, and conclusion. Okay, about introduction. Hyperlipidemic is a cardiovascular disease that causes about 18% of cerebrovascular disease and about 56% of ischemic heart disease in the worldwide. The prevalence of hyperlipidemia in Indonesia is increasing from year to year. In 2008, it was recorded at 35.1%. Then in 2013, it increased to 35.9%. This is one side. In other side, about walnut. Walnut is a plant typical of Indonesia, which is rich in resources, fat, and protein. Based on the rat test, is now capable lower cholesterol, and reported as a source of fat and no potential saturation for improved fat profile. Consumption of walnut 42.5 until 85 gram per day has been shown to lower total cholesterol and low density lipoprotein cholesterol, lower blood pressure, improve endothelial function, and also reduce oxidative stress and marker of inflammation, and increase good cholesterol. So objective our study is aims to assess the role of walnut canarium in reducing blood cholesterol level of hyperlipidemic of mother. About method, this research is an experimental research with a pre-post test control group design. Sample study is mother who has raised cholesterol blood to 200 milligram per deciliter, or you can mention hypercholesterolemia. Among sample, as many as 50 mother consists of two groups, 24 mother as a group treatment and 24 mother as a group control. The intervention was in the form of giving roasted walnut to treatment group as much as 50 gram every day for a week. Location research is the region work of Public Health Center Pacarakan Makassar City. Statistical analysis used pilot test for see differences rate cholesterol before and after intervention. Okay, in this slide, I want to show you about energy and nutrient intake, nutrient intake and cholesterol. About intervention group in this line, carbohydrate, we can see 287.82, standard deviation 37.52, and line 286.39, standard deviation 25.78. Based on statistical analysis, no differences carbohydrate baseline and line for the intervention group. But we can see in the control group different values of carbohydrate, more higher in line, more higher in line. About protein, no differences, both intervention and control group. You can see in this p-value above 0.05. Yeah. Okay, in the same as about fat and also about energy intake, similar for two group, intervention and control. Okay, this is a primary outcome in the study about impact intervention for cholesterol level. We can see in the figure number 1, a group intervention, the number size of 25 and control 25 based on t-test, pilot t-test, have a delta cholesterol in milligram per deciliter, significant for intervention group, p-value 0.00, compared with the control group, p-value 0.750. Based on this figure, we can conclude that intervention has impact going to be lower of cholesterol level for mother. So conclusion, peanut canary can lower the total cholesterol in hyperlipidemic mother with administration of 50 gram per every day during 8 weeks. So based on the study, recommended to research next for measure the rate high density lipoprotein, low density lipoprotein, and to people who experience hypercholesterolemia to consume peanut walnut around 50 gram per day, minimum of 8 weeks. Thank you very much. I think that's all my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you Bapak Dr. Sirajuddin. So now it is the time for Q&A session. So we give a chance for the jury, Bapak Israfil, for asking a question or give suggestion about the presentation of Bapak Dr. Sirajuddin. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, very good deliver from Dr. Sirajuddin. Yeah, the study talks about the role of walnut to reduce blood cholesterol level. And the first question is why you use walnuts? I mean, what the component into walnut so it could lead or decrease or reduce blood cholesterol level. Have you ever read about it? because in the presentation I have not found about it. Thank you.
Directly to answer?
Please.
Yeah. About content of walnut, yeah. About content of walnut. Walnut is one of the staple food, local staple food from Indonesia. High content of unsaturated fat, unsaturated. So very very good to reducing saturated fat in the level of blood, cholesterol blood, because kind of fat from walnut is good fat, not bad fat. So based on any study have been reported obviously that walnut proficient administration of walnut for patient can reduce cholesterol level. So in the study, our subject of mother high cholesterol above 200 milligram, and in this study every day administrate 50 gram as long as a week, and after finishing study we compare the cholesterol level total significant decrease. So we do believe that content of unsaturated fat, kind of unsaturated fat in the walnut lead a positive effect to reduce of cholesterol. I think this is
Okay. Maybe the next question is, in this study you use or you try the walnut in human, not to animal model or others. Yeah, have you ever conduct or read a previous paper about the effect of the walnut to animal or in vitro study, that the walnut can reduce the blood cholesterol level? So in the study you use or you try to give the walnut in human.
Yeah. Okay. Because study obviously been implemented in the rat. So after discussion with my team, how about if the walnut to be implemented in the human, and based on the ethical commission from Health Polytechnic, okay, no problem, please do the walnut giving to the subject, because walnut is a natural food that habit consumption at the level of community. So the side effect for human never been reported, because this is a staple food that habitual to consume from any farmer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think enough.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Yusrafi.
Okay, thank you for Bapak Dr. Israfil for the insightful presentation today to all of us here. So we will move to the next presenter. Maybe we will back again on the order of the presenter today. Ibu Yusni Podungge MKS, are you here, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello?
You okay?
Yes.
Alhamdulillah. Ibu Yusni Podungge MKS are here now. The title of the presentation is Processed Avocado and Honey Local on Hypertension in Pregnancy in the Health Center area Gorontalo City. You have 5 minutes for presentation, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mulyati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can I share screen? Oh, you are. Okay.
I think yes. Actually, we didn't have your PPT.
May I? And then may I share screen?
So
I
can you try?
can
You cannot?
sharing.
So maybe
Yes,
you can
I
share
can.
it in the chat box. I will try to share your presentation.
Wait a minute. I've been sending to the committee, maybe. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, ma'am. The committee has already sent your
Oh, yes.
presentation
I've
to
sent
me.
it to you too in the
No,
chat
no.
box.
I just have your presentation. Oh, thank you. You have sent it
Okay.
in the chat box. Okay, thank you. I will present.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, your time is 5 minutes. Okay, please. And yep.
Yes. Thank you for the time for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Okay,
wabarakatuh.
before I presented my article research, I will to introduce myself. My name is Yusni Podunga from Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. My article is the topic is process avocado and honey local on hypertension in pregnancy in the health center area Gorontalo City. Me and with my team, Miss Febrianti, Miss Nancy, Miss Teti, and Miss Madania. Okay. Okay. The outline is about introduction, research method, result, and conclusion. Okay, introduction. The hypertension pregnancy is affect about 10% of all pregnant women in worldwide. And then avocado is have a potassium that we can use the avocado for alternative therapy for reduce hypertension. And the honey local is have I'm sorry, my okay. Honey local is good too for reduce blood pressure. And my result is the potential. Sorry, and my research is the potential of processed avocado and honey to lower blood pressure. Next.
Okay. Sorry. Yes.
Research purpose is the aim of the study was to analyze the effect of processed avocado and local honey on hypertension in pregnancy at the Gorontalo City Health Center in 2022. And the research method, the type of research is quantitative research with the quasi-experimental method using a one-group pretest and post-test design approach. And the population is all pregnant women who had a diagnosis of hypertension at the Gorontalo City Health Center.
Could you please?
Okay, hello, ma'am. Oh, Ibu Yusni, halo. Are you still here, Bu Yusni?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, and the sampling technique is purposive sampling, namely determining the sampling with the certain consideration. And the procedure is management of research permits, preliminary data collection in the form of the data on pregnant women with hypertension at community health center in the city of Gorontalo. And then maybe next slide. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we visit the respondent house for willingness to become a respondent and initial blood pressure check. And then the production of processed avocado and local honey, giving processed avocado and local honey to respondent for 7 days. And the last, the team is measuring blood pressure after treatment and perform data processing and discussion. Result in discussion. Okay. Next. Yeah. The distribution of respondent is 30 pregnant women with hypertension spread across 7 sub-districts. The highest number of pregnant women with hypertension with the standard criteria used were in Hulun Talangi district and Kota Timur, namely 7 people. And then data processing result. The result of the Wilcoxon test showed that 29 respondents experienced a decrease in systolic and 10 respondents a decrease in diastolic. There was an effect of giving processed avocado and honey on reducing systolic pressure significantly with a p-value less than 0 or 0.005, but there was no effect of giving processed avocado and honey on reducing diastolic pressure. Blood pressure measurement, the result of the descriptive analysis showed that the average systolic value before treatment or pre was 143.67 millimeter hydrogenium, and after treatment or post decreased to 119.67 millimeter hydrogenium. While the average diastolic value before treatment pre was 84 millimeter hydrogenium, and after treatment post is become 86.67 millimeter hydrogenium. This is the table of our research. And then discussion, maybe next slide. Hypertension in pregnancy is this disease and condition include preeclampsia and eclampsia, gestational hypertension, and chronic hypertension. Hypertension in pregnancy is an important cause of this severe acute morbidity, long-term disability, and death of mother and babies. Honey contains flavonoid. The contents of flavonoid is honey serves to decrease blood pressure. And then avocado contains flavonoid too. According to Novi Kartikasari, avocado can treat on and prevent hypertension or reduce blood pressure. This is because it contains flavonoids which are efficient as diuretics. Avocado contains potassium. Avocado contains potassium which can lower blood pressure by increasing sodium excretion, suppressing renin secretion, and dilating arterioles and reducing the response to androgen. And in this case, the flavonoid affect the renin angiotensin system so that it can lower blood pressure. And the conclusion is provision of processed avocado and honey can reduce blood pressure of pregnant women to prevent complication of hypertension in pregnancy. And the suggestion for the future research are to address a respondent examine the food intake of pregnant women and risk factor that can affect pregnant women's blood pressure. Thank you for the time for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Bu Yusni Podungga MKes for the presentation. Now we'll back to the jury. Bapak Israfil to give a question or suggestion, please.
Okay, right. Very good presentation from Mrs. Yusni. Yeah, the study talk us about proposing avocado and honey, local honey in or to decrease hypertension or blood pressure. Yeah, maybe my question is, could you please to explain to us how you prepare or you process the sample? Is it made in form of juice or other product?
Yes. Okay, thank you. May I answer in Indonesian?
Okay, please.
Oke, thank you. Jadi avokadnya kita serut biasa, diolah biasa dengan menggunakan sendok, dan kemudian sejumlah 200 mg, avokadnya diukur 200 mg, dan kemudian setelah ukur, ditimbang, kemudian diberikan madu. Madu kurang lebih 20 ml, jadi kurang lebih 2 sendok ini diberikan di atasnya, dan kemudian nanti dicampur seperti biasa dan langsung diolah dan langsung dikonsumsi oleh ibu hamil tanpa dibuat jus.
Oke.
Jadi langsung diolah dan langsung dimakan.
Langsung
Seperti itu.
dimakan begitu ya.
Yes.
Yeah. Mengenai konsentrasi dan juga formula-formula yang tadi disebutkan, apakah itu memang hasil studi sebelumnya bahwa di konsentrasi atau di kadar atau di berat seperti itu sudah bisa menurunkan kadar glukosa atau tekanan darah atau seperti apa? Atau memang ini baru dicoba-coba kemudian di-treat ke pasien, ke ibu hamil seperti itu?
Ya, jadi berdasarkan hasil penelitian sebelumnya, ada yang menggunakan 100 ml alfokat, ada yang menggunakan 2,5, ada yang menggunakan 300, dan saya bersama tim kami menyepakati untuk menggunakan 200. Jadi ini sudah berdasarkan penelitian sebelumnya, dan hasilnya ya 200 ml dan menggunakan madu 20 ml. 200 gram, 200 gram alfokat dan 20 ml madu. Tapi madu yang kami gunakan adalah madu lokal. Jadi memang yang produksi hasil olahan lokal Gorontalo, dan itu adalah madu yang diperoleh dari madu swawa langsung kepada penghasil madunya. Bukan madu yang dijual bebas di toko, seperti itu.
Baik, pertanyaan terakhir mungkin ini lumayan menggelitik juga terkait dengan bagaimana Bu Yusni dan tim itu Halo, cek. Halo.
Signal is bad. Yes.
Iya. Bagaimana cara Bu Yusni dan tim itu mencoba untuk menghindari bias daripada hasil studi? Kita tahu barangkali mungkin pasien itu tidak hanya mengonsumsi jus saja pada saat mengalami hipertensi itu, sehingga kemudian bisa menurunkan tekanan darahnya. Bagaimana kemudian justifikasi bahwa treatment yang diberikan ini itu memang yang menurunkan si glukosa darah tekanan darah si pasien itu.
Tekanan darahnya, baik. Oh ya, mohon maaf, di kriteria responden saya lupa mencantumkan bahwa di situ salah satu syaratnya adalah responden tidak mengkonsumsi obat. Jadi mereka tidak menggunakan obat ataupun bahan lokal lainnya, misalnya rebusan daun alfokat atau itu tidak. Jadi kami memastikan bahwa mereka hanya mengkonsumsi alfokat saja selama 7 hari berturut-turut tanpa menggunakan obat atau bahan lokal lainnya, sehingga kami bisa memastikan bahwa penggunaan konsumsi alfokat inilah yang menyebabkan tekanan darah mereka turun.
Oke, thank you. Cukup.
Thank you, Mr. Israfil. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Israfil.
Thank you.
Mrs. Yusni.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mulyati.
Okay, for the nice presentation now, we'll move to the next. To Mrs. Arsin Habibah Fitria SST MPH. Are you here, ma'am? Ibu Arsina, are you here? So maybe we will move to the next. Bapak Agus Hendra Al-Rahmat SKM MPH, are you here? Bapak Agus? Okay, we will move again. Ibu Lorisa Satifayan. Okay, and next, Bapak Lalu Juntra. Bapak Lalu Juntra Utama SST MSI. Are you here, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will present your PPT.
I had some share the presentation screen and this chat box.
Oh yeah.
The delivery sent.
Yeah, you have sent me in PDF. It's okay?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Time is yours, sir.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first is of all say thank you to the organizer for this event. My name is Lalu Jundra Utama. Today I'm going to talk about how COVID-19 influenced household food security in the Timorese population. Timorese is one of many ethnic in East Nusa Tenggara. So has COVID, di sini my team Lalu Juntra, Lina Yunita, Anita Sembiring, Retno Wahyuningsih, Joya Cidarni, Novian Suasono Hadi, Nur Nikmah Sikirajudin, and Kiki Kristiandi. Why experience food insecurity? According to FAO, food security is a condition of food availability for everyone, both in quantity and quality. The availability of the right of food is the key to overcome hunger. Assessing food and nutrition security, especially with various resources alone, is not easy to its complexity. Barrett and Capiro et al. State the various metric and indicator proposed are difficult to apply with all validity and reliability, thus limiting their potential inferential relevance. Next, what are consequences of food insecurity? Number one is child health and development outcome, chronic disease, disease management, cost to the healthcare system, welfare system, health protection system, and others. Okay. What is food security? World Food Summit definition is when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutrition food to meet their dietary needs and food preference for an active and healthy life. Okay. Next, three pillars are fundamental determinant of food security and are hierarchy related. Food availability is a mandatory, but it can't guarantee that every people has adequate access to it. Food availability refers to physical availability of food in neighborhoods in sufficient quantity and every individual has access to it. Food access refers to ability to access food that's already available either through the medium of exchange. Food utilization refers to allocation and processing of food obtained. So each individual gets adequate food intake. Okay, next. So the assessment of composite index of household food security during the COVID-19 pandemic needs to develop and to be linked to nutrient intake and nutritional status of children under 5 years old. The study aimed to assess the household and individual food security, nutritional adequate, nutritional status among family with children under 5 years old during the COVID-19 in Kupang, East Nusa Tenggara. Research method, this research design was cross-sectional and data collection was conducted in Timores, Kupang District, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. Sample was taken from Timorese family children under 5 years and 1,444 family participate in this study. The data collection was taken from March to June 2021. The questionnaire was filled of sample 13, its validity and reliability, and the data obtained from the first study were not included in the final analysis. A total 19.25% participants had completed the survey. The research data were carried out by food availability, access to market, food price, and household income, Second, household dietary diversity score. Third, nutritional adequate include energy, carbohydrate, protein, fat, calcium, iron, zinc, vitamin B12. IDDS, or individual dietary diversity score. Kemudian weight for eggs, for nutritional status, height for egg, body weight for egg. That score. Result and discussion. Yeah. Food availability is the main element in food security, especially the physical presence of food sourced from own production for sales in the market and gift or transfer. Measuring food security at the household level general use indicator of food availability expressed in the energy content of food. Staple food of primary energy source, especially in developing country. Okay. Qualitative assessment of food consumption for toddlers can be viewed from the diversity of food consumption. According to Cardoacano et al., most preschool children aged 3 years are able to choose their food. Picky eating is a temporary behavior and part of normal development in preschool children. Picky eating behavior in preschool children harm to growth process, nutritional status, development physical activity, and health status of children.
Okay, sorry, your time is up, sir. 2 minutes more for you for edition.
Okay. Conclusion. Yeah. Food availability. The physical presence of food stock in the area of concern through food produced in the area, trade, stock hold, kemudian transfer of food by government or aid agency. Food access from own production, hunting, fishing, and wild food purchase and give. Food utilization is storage, processing, preparation, feeding practice, intra-household sharing of food, health status, and each house member. Okay. Thank you very much for great attention, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Laujudra Utama SSCMSI for the nice presentation. So I'll back it to the jury, Bapak Israfil, please.
Okay, right. We have very good point of view that have explained by Mr. Lalu. Is it about how COVID-19 influenced to household food security in Timor-Leste population, and this is a concern for us when pandemic era. So maybe my question is how you share your questionnaire to the target of sample. Is it by online based questionnaire or the other method? As you explained in the method, yeah.
Okay,
Please.
the method is the research data which carry out of the food availability, access to market, economic access variable, and two type data, food price and household income. Jadi explain to bahasa, okay, right?
Yeah.
Jadi untuk waktu pengumpulan data, kami melakukan wawancara karena di daerah timur, ya, karena luas wilayahnya sangat luas sekali. Kemudian menggunakan 1.444 rumah tangga, sehingga kami memakai enumerator itu sebanyak 30 orang, enumerator sebanyak 30 orang untuk melakukan wawancara kepada 1.444 rumah tangga. Sekian. Begitu cara kami untuk.
Baik. Jadi memang menggunakan bantuan enumerator gitu ya Pak. Jadi secara langsung untuk melakukan wawancara dengan pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang memang sudah diuji validitas dan reliabilitasnya tadi ya, seperti yang dijelaskan di metode itu. Nah kemudian tadi karena mungkin keterbatasan waktu juga, pada saat presentasi, sehingga kemudian beberapa hasil yang mungkin sangat-sangat penting begitu terlewatkan.
Recording in progress.
Oke, kita lanjut pemaparan selanjutnya oleh Miss Mercy Olii. Apakah sudah berada di ruang Zoom?
Iya, sudah.
Saya berikan waktu 5 menit untuk presentasi.
Recording in
Energy,
progress.
protein, fat, calcium, iron, zinc, and vitamin B12. So in addition, the index score also had a strong positive correlation with dietary diversity of children under 5 years old, as seen from the IDDS, individual dietary diversity score. Okay. And then there was a strong positive correlation between the index score with the nutritional status of children according to body weight for age, Z score, height for age, Z score, body weight, and body weight for height. Jadi berat badan menurut umur, tinggi badan menurut umur, kemudian nanti ada tinggi badan menurut umur, itu semua berpengaruh atau berkorelasi terhadap status ketahanan pangan rumah tangga. Baik itu yang secara household, yang rumah tangga, maupun secara individual. Jadi ada dua, jadi ada yang household, ada yang rumah tangga, ada yang individual food security, keamanan pangannya, atau ketahanan pangan rumah tangga. Saya kira itu. Ya, terima kasih.
Ya, cukup enough from me, Mrs. Muli.
Ya, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Israfil.
Ya, thank you,
Nice
Pak.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Pak Lalu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, the presenter, Bapak Lalu, and also our moderator, Bapak Israfil. So now we will move to the next presenter. We have Ibu Loriza Satifayan, represent by Bapak Egi. Bapak Egi Sunanda, yes.
Okay.
Okay, how about your presentation, sir?
Yes, I'm share screen. Please enable for me share screen.
Video or PowerPoint? Slide? PowerPoint. So maybe okay. Okay. So maybe you can send in the chat box. I will try to share your screen.
Okay. Wait.
Okay. Also to all another participant who want to present their file, their presentation, and have not sent to the committee, you can also send it in the chat box so we can help you to present.
Okay, finish.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sorry.
Greeting all of us. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Mulyati Doloku, as a moderator. On this occasion, I will deliver a presentation titled Correlation of Advanced Glycation and Product. Age, which pre-hypertension in adult in Jambi City. Then next. Okay. The increase in blood pressure greatly affects the state of heart rate. This state is known as pre-hypertension. Pre-hypertension is a serious health problem in the community. That needs to be addressed in both urban and rural areas, including Province Jambi. If pre-hypertension is not treated, yes, it immediately develops into hypertension and trigger heart disease, stroke, and then brain aneurysm, heart failure, and heart attack, and kidney disease. Pre-hypertension, there is group of young adult or older than 18 years is targeted who has a threefold risk of increasing blood pressure. Compared to other age group, there's blood pressure control is needed. Next slide. Okay. Okay. The proportion 11, the elevated case of hypertension associated with several factors. Factor influencing the development of pre-hypertension, including diet and intake of advanced glycation and product. Yes, the age group over 18 years having this diet has a threefold increased risk of blood pressure compared to other age group. Okay, next slide. A hypothesis. Next. Okay. The objective study. This study aimed to correlate advanced glycation and product with the incidence of pre-hypertension adults in Jambi City. I have my hypothesis. Correlate advanced glycation and product with the incidence of pre-hypertension. Okay, next. Method. This study is a cross-sectional study using the correlation method, sample of 134 people aged 21 until 59 years who will come to the Tanjung Pinang Public Health Center, Jambi City, and selected by purposive sampling, which the inclusion criteria is respondent by signing and informed consent, being cooperative and able to read writing in Indonesian. The data was collected using a questionnaire. In the intake of advanced glycation using a food recall questionnaire, 3x 24 hours was used to measure to the intake on infant glycation and product in respondent over the past week. Low X intake category if the score under the subject average X intake, and high if the score upper the average X intakes from Kawaguchi et al. 2017 and or Ribari et al. Well, the dependent variable is pre-hypertension, with its assets based on the result of systolic and diastolic blood pressure measurements. using a manual speed manometer of resistor mercury. If the result of systolic pressure is between 120 until 139 mmHg, and then diastolic between 18 until 89 mmHg belongs to the category of prehypertension, while category is not prehypertension if systolic under 120, and the diastolic under 18 mmHg. Okay, data collection analyze data were the data analyzed were by Sperman rank. Okay, next. The result of the bivariate analysis association between age intent and prehypertension, and the p-value 0.000 and R 0.725. This study have a limitation. The limitation of the study are that subjects whose data to the polyclinic are in average state of illness. It avails to also look at the subject in a healthy condition in the long term. This research, the intake of age has a correlation with the incidence of prehypertension in adulthood. Yeah, the results study in line with several previous study. I'll talk too much. Yeah, the concentration of age in plasma or association with increased systolic and diastolic blood pressure. In the study by Huang, every 10 Ug per milli concentration of H in plasma increased systolic blood pressure by 2.94 mmHg. It's occurred because oxidative damage due to increased oxidative stress active the low-level chronic drinking system resulting in hypertension. The accumulation of H in blood pressure is also associated with increased stiffness in blood pressure, which will disrupt the smooth muscle response to nitric oxide, resulting in destruction of the structure and function of blood pressure. Okay, thank you for your attention. I will back moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Egy Sunada Putra. So now I'll back to the jury. Mr. Israfil, please. You are still mute, sir?
Okay, right. Is my voice sounds clear?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, right. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Loriza Sativayan.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Very good presentation about correlation advanced glycation endpoint product with a prehypertension in adult. Maybe I'd like to ask a question about is the age or is the AGA or advanced glycation endpoint product could propose as predictor to diagnosis hypertension. This could be a predictor or if you
hello, please repeat again.
Okay, in this yeah, in this study you present that there are correlation about AGA or advanced glycation and product with hypertension patient. And so I want to ask about is the AGA could propose as predictor to hypertension or not?
Yes, this study determinant, yeah, determinant for prehypertension in adulthood, yeah, and then result my study age is bahasa ya, dalam bahasanya ya. Jadi dalam hasil studi ini bahwa disampaikan hasilnya adalah X ini merupakan salah satu prediktor yang paling kuat hubungannya, ya, paling kuat hubungannya dengan kejadian perhipertensi. Karena ada beberapa variabel di dalam riset ini adalah kualitas tidur, kemudian ada indeks massa tubuh, kemudian ada self esteem, yang pada dasarnya kalau dilakukan uji multivariat setelah artikel ini diusulkan, itu yang paling kuat 90%-nya adalah dari asupan H, yaitu jenis asupan yang sifatnya adalah digoreng, kemudian dibakar, kemudian yang dilakukan dengan proses pemasakan dengan suhu tinggi, seperti itu.
Oh, jadi gitu. AGA ini memang bisa dijadikan prediktor bagi hipertensi gitu ya Pak?
Iya.
Ya, baik. Nah, barangkali pertanyaan keduanya itu, bisakah kami dijelaskan tentang bagaimana pengukuran AGE ini, bagaimana AGE ini bisa menginduksi hipertensi seperti itu Pak, sehingga dia bisa dijadikan sebagai prediktor untuk hipertensi.
Ya, secara teori dia ini sebenarnya kaitannya dengan nitrik oksid. Ya, dia memainkan mengontrol tekanan darah. Karena proses ini dia akan merubah beberapa kandungan protein, kemudian proses dari pemasakan itu dia akan merubah beberapa kandungan protein, lemak di dalam tubuh yang mungkin yang dasarnya dia akan memberikan kerja berat pada proses kestabilan tekanan darah tersebut. Ya, dia berkaitan dengan nitrit oksidnya. Seperti itu.
Oh, jadi bisa menginduksi nitrit oksid yang pada akhirnya nanti bisa menyebabkan peningkatan tekanan darah.
Tekanan darah, iya.
Oh, siap. Ya. I think enough, Mrs. Muli.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Egi.
Mr. Egi and Mr. Loriza.
Okay, thank you very much for the insightful presentation also. So we move to the next presenter, Mrs. Arsin Habibah Fitria, SST MPH. Are you here, ma'am? Mrs. Arsina? Or next, Mr. Agus Hendra Al-Rahmat, SKM MPH. Are you here, sir? How about Mrs. Yuni Afriani, SGZ MPH? Mrs. Yuni, are you here?
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you be the next?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Miss Yuni. Okay, I will try to share your video also.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuni Afriani. I'm from Nutrition Department, Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Sesopati, Yogyakarta. Now I want to present the result of our study about the effectiveness of nutrition education to reduce the risk of sports injury in young soccer athletes. And this is our outline, and the first is background, the second is objective, and the third is method, and the fourth is result, and the last is conclusion. Okay, this is our background. And first is physical exercise is the main factor in improving the performance of athletes. Physical exercise may cause fatigue and also increase the risk of injury. And the majority of athletes lack knowledge regarding the management of injuries through appropriate nutritional intervention. The importance of proper nutrition therapy education is one of the solutions to reduce the risk of sports injury. This is our objective to find out the change in knowledge about proper nutritional therapy in dealing with injuries in young soccer athletes at PSS Sleman Development Center. The study was conducted in July 2022 at Macanan Field, Prambanan, Yogyakarta, with the 22 of U16 athletes at PSS Sleman Development Center. Athletes were given a questionnaire before and also after education. Data were analyzed with descriptive analysis and Wilcoxon sign rank test. This is our result, and the table 1 show the impact of nutrition education on knowledge score of young soccer athletes. We know that the pre-test score is 86.36 and the post-test score is higher than the pre-test score, but around the 89.09. And this is the analysis about the question of our questionnaire, and we know that the question 1 about the free radicals can cause the inflammation, and the pre-test and also the post-test score is the same. And then the question number 2 about the consumption of burnt food can lower the risk of injury. The post-test score is higher than the pre-test score. And the question number 3 about the whether the vitamin C is one type of antioxidant that accelerates the recovery, the post-test score is higher than pre-test score. And then the question number 4 about the lack of fluid does not aggravate the condition of injury. The post-test score is lower than the pre-test score. And then the last question, number 5, a low glycemic diet can delay muscle fatigue, and the result, the post-test score is higher than the pre-test score. The maximum score after providing education is 100 with a minimum score of 60. Providing education to athletes can increase athletes' knowledge and also understanding the importance of proper nutritional intake in reducing the risk of sports injury. We can conclude that providing education to athletes can increase athletes' knowledge and understanding of the importance of proper nutritional intake in reducing the risk of sports injury, but it is necessary to modify the use of educational media to increase the knowledge of athletes. This is about documentation, the photographs of nutrition education at the Macanan Field Prambanan Yogyakarta, and also all of our team, then and also the athletes at PSS Sleman Development Center. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And also, we miss Jogja again. Okay, and then I back to the the jury for the question or suggestion, please.
Okay, right. Good afternoon, Mrs. Yuri Afriani.
Good afternoon, Mr. Israfil.
Okay. Yeah, a great presentation. The study talk us about how nutrition education could reduce the risk of sport injury in young soccer athlete. And yeah, very good result. Education could increase knowledge score for the athlete as you presented in your slide. Maybe my question is, do you assess the incident of injury in your research?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. Israfil. In our research, we don't assess. About the level of injury.
Okay.
But we assess about the dehydration. So we ask about the consumption of fluid on young soccer athlete before the education, and we find about the dehydration on young soccer athlete in PSS Sleman Development Center is high, about the 95%. Yes.
Okay, maybe because the title of and the aim of the study is to know how the education and nutrition education could change the sport injury. Maybe the question is, how have you ever read or read in literature that increasing knowledge could change risk of sport injury? Maybe in literature.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Israfil. About the education, we know that the education does not directly reduce the level of injury of athlete, but we know that the increasing knowledge about the nutrition in dealing about the injury can lowering the risk of injury of athletes. So they can practice. We cannot assume or judge about the higher knowledge and practice and menurunkan resiko dari injury, tetapi dengan peningkatan pengetahuan itu bisa meningkatkan, setidaknya mereka sikapnya menjadi meningkat terkait dengan pemilihan makanan itu yang dapat menurunkan injury seperti itu.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think it's important to elaborate in your study or your paper because it is the implication of your study. Okay, I think enough from me. Thank you very much. And yeah, great result.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but take some.
Okay, thank you for the presenter and also the jury. So we move to the next. Mrs. Dora Olivia Espam APTM Farm, are you here?
Yes, I present.
Okay, I'll try to share your video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I want to present my paper. The speed title is Nutrition and Antioxidant Content in Complementary Feeding from Soybean and Dragon Fruit Skin. In this study, I was with my friends, Miss Nita and Dr. Arinda. Introduction. Malnutrition prevalence is still high and spread in several provinces in Indonesia. 3 out of 5 Indonesian children suffer from malnutrition. 30.8% Indonesian children are stunting, 21.8 are underweight, and 17.6 are obese. So making the Indonesian government implement malnutrition prevention program. One of the program is the complementary feeding of breast milk, MPRCI. The aim of complementary feeding is to preventing malnutrition, including wasting, overweight, stunting, and obesity. Complementary feeding can be a mixture of several food ingredient in a certain ratio so that is this product with high value. Instant complementary food powder can be made from cereal, tube, nuts, seeds, soybean, and other suitable food ingredients. Soybean are a good source of protein, cheap and easy to process into complementary food for breast milk. Soybean powder contains protein, fat, carbohydrate, and zinc. The combination with dragon fruit extract aims to reduce an unpleasant aroma of soybean, give natural dyes, and as a fortification of vitamin C. The purpose of study was to determine the effect of the ingredient formula on the nutritional and antioxidant content of complementary feeding from soybean and dragon fruit peel. Material and methods. Local soybean from local market in Jember. Dragon fruit from the Rembangan plantation in Jember. The milk powder primarily from fish and flax. Sugar gulaku from sugar company. Procedure. The soybean flour from local soybean. The soybean were then dry in oven at 70 degrees Celsius for 3 hours. Dragon fruit peel powder from dragon fruit peels. The fruit peel was cut into small pieces and dry in oven 50 degrees Celsius for 7 hours. And then dragon fruit peel extract. Extraction of dragon fruit peel extract was carried off by adding water with a ratio of 1 to 9 dragon fruit peel powder. The powder was measured with the 1.8 liter of water using ultrasonic for 1 hour. And then the solution is drying by freeze drying for 2 days. Formula of complementary feeding from soybean powder, dragon fruit extract, milk powder, and sugar. Analysis. Moisture determination by oven dry method, protein content analysis by digital, fat analysis by chocolate, carbohydrate analysis by difference, vitamin C analysis by iodometry, antioxidant analysis by divinyl hydrazine method, total panel content by SNI. This is a formulation of complementary feeding. The same amount of dragon fruit and sugar. The difference is the amount of milk and soybean. Formula 1 to Formula 1 soy flour and milk 35%. Formula 2 soybean powder 25% and milk 45%. Formula 3 soybean powder 45% and milk 25%. Result and discussion. The proximate composition. The result is the second table. There is no difference. The moisture and fat parameter between the three formula. The difference is in the protein parameter when the protein content is the high in the third formula. And then the high carbohydrate content is in the first formula, and the high as content in the third formula. The as content show the mineral content in the formula. Tabel 3 formula 1 shows that is the high content of vitamin C, total phenol, and antioxidant. That vitamin C, the complementary finding range from 20 until 30 mg per 100 gram product. Vitamin C, one of micronutrient essential for many kinds of metabolic process. Total phenol in the complementary finding range from 0.2 until 0.3%. Phenol is secondary plant metabolite and specifically those with anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties play an important role in infant health. Table 4, the organism properties. Formula 1, thick enough, very viscous, the highest intensity of red color counting the strong dragon fruit skin. Formula 2, sweet enough, less clumpy, less dragon fruit taste, dragon fruit skin is strong enough. Formula 3, less sweet, less soybean taste, creamery, not clumpy, not fatted, dry, not dragon fruit skin. Conclusion, the results show that the ratio of soap powder and milk powder had the effect as protein, carbohydrate, vitamin C, total phenol, and antioxidant, but had no effect on fat and moisturizer on complementary feeding. The complementary feeding from soybean milk powder, dragon fruit peel extract, and sugar can be complementary feeding for infant older than 6 months to fulfill their nutrition to support the immune system and prevent infection in the body. Acknowledgement, special thanks to PNB of Polytechnic December for funding the research, and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Dora. Now I'll back to the jury, please.
Okay, right. Good afternoon, Mrs. Zora Olivia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yes Rafil.
Okay, very good. And a nice presentation. The presentation talks about nutrition and antioxidant content from soybean and dragon fruit skin to propose as complementary feeding. And in this study, you and your team conduct optimization to the composition, and Formula 3 is the best of the others as you presented in your slide. And I also noticed that when you dry the sample soybean and dragon fruit skin, you use temperature at 70 Celsius. Why you use this temperature? Is any previous study or any literature for that?
Thank you for your Mr. Yustafil vision. I will wait a minute. I need time to prepare my answer.
Okay.
Okay, Formula 3 is the best when you dry the sample. You use temperature 17 untuk mempercepat waktu pengeringan dan menjaga antioksidan agar tidak rusak. Jadi harus kita jaga di suhu 70 derajat Celcius.
Okay, right. Yeah, I think it's important to explain because when you decide to retrieve compound in the plant by extract, as you presented, you should make sure that the process of drying or extraction should not destroy the bioactive compound. So maybe I assume that at the temperature, the bioactive compound is not damaged by the temperature. And the second question is what type solvent that you use in extraction, and why you use them?
Solution of extra dragon fruit peel is water, because I want to ingin mengambil vitamin C-nya. Jadi kita pilih yang, kalau vitamin C itu kan memang daya kelarutannya tingginya di air, dan produk ekstraksi ini tujuannya adalah untuk produk makanan. Jadi yang paling aman adalah kita pilih pelarut yang berasal dari air. Jadi nanti ke depannya, kalau misalnya sebenarnya untuk melarutkan antioksidan selain vitamin C, kita tahu ada flavonoid. Tapi kalau flavonoid itu kan kita butuhnya pelarutnya adalah jenis alkohol, dan kami dalam tim penelitian ini berpikir bahwa etanol itu juga nanti bisa jadi cemaran ya ketika ini nanti akan dibuat suatu produk makanan, karena tujuannya adalah produk makanan MPASI yang nantinya akan diberikan ke bayi, sehingga dari segi keamanannya kita memilih air.
Okay, I think enough from me. Thank you very much. Very good study from Bu Zora. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zora. So you'll move to the next presenter. Ibu Sofiawati, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. I will present your video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity that has been given to me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sofiawati Talibo. Today, I will present my latest research with title Characteristic of Pumpkin and Smoked Raw Cookies as MPASI for Stunting Prevention. My research with team me and Mutia Reski Amalia and Pemre Siater. Next, introduction. Yellow pumpkin or Cucurbita moschata is a source of provitamin A. Smoked raw or sagira is one of processed products consumed by the local citizen in Gorontalo. Cookies utilization of local food ingredients is highly recommended in the manufacture of MPASI. Methods: cookies preparation. There are 3 formulas for the comparison of pumpkin and smoked raw. They are 19% and 10%, 18% and 20%, 70% and 30%. Making cookies consists of several stages, namely weighing ingredients, mixing, molding dough, baking in oven, cooling, and packaging. Analysis nutritional value using the proximate method. Acceptability of cookies taste based on color, aroma, taste, texture, and overall. Testing used 5 hedonic scales. Preference test results. Component is taste, color, texture, aroma, and formula 1, formula 2, and formula 3. The first formula is the formula with the most preferred taste and aroma. Biscuits with the second formula most preferred color and texture. Biscuit nutritional content per 100. Water has fat, protein, fat, vitamin A, antioxidant oral, and calcium. Formula is Formula 1, Formula 2, and Formula 3. Conclusion: the use of pumpkin and smoked raw produced cookies contain nutrient, antioxidant, and is a lower in carbohydrate content. Pumpkin and smoked raw fish can increase the total antioxidant of biscuits. Pumpkin and smoked raw cookies have the opportunity to be developed as biscuits that contain nutrients and antioxidants that are useful are complementary feeding for stunting prevention. Feeding for stunting prevention. Further development is needed to see the life of pumpkin and smoked raw cookies. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Have a great day also, Ibu Sofia.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So now I'll back it to the jury, please. Sorry.
Okay. Miss Sofiawati Talibo, is my voice sounds clear?
Yes. How are you, Israfil? I'm sorry I'm not video because I'm jet lag now.
Okay, right. Yeah, yeah, very good presentation from Mrs. Sofiawati Talibo. And yeah, as you presented in your study, the study talked about development of cookies from pumpkin and smoked raw for alternative nutrition to prevent stunting.
Yes.
As you mentioned in method, the cookies were made by using oven and using a certainly temperature. My question is, what temperature that you use in your study and why you use the temperature?
May I bahasa?
Okay, please.
Oke, temperaturnya ya memang tidak dijelaskan di sini. Dia seperti dia menggunakan oven. Proses masaknya ini, ovennya ini ya seperti pembuatan cookies lainnya itu sekitar 150 ya Celcius seperti biasanya, dan itu digunakan untuk mendapat tingkat kematangan yang baik dengan tidak merusak nilai-nilai gizi yang ada di cookies tersebut.
Baik, ya. Jadi memang mengapa ini kami tanyakan karena pada beberapa penelitian dan juga jurnal yang telah established, memang suhu ini menjadi hal yang krusial ditentukan dalam hal pembuatan suatu produk makanan agar komponen yang ada di dalam baik itu prekursornya adalah bahan alami misalnya, itu ada beberapa yang memang tidak tahan terhadap pemanasan, sehingga kemudian ketika diolah harapannya adalah untuk meningkatkan gizi atau bahkan untuk mengobati suatu penyakit, lantas kemudian menjadi rusak oleh karena kesalahpahaman pada saat proses pembuatan dari suatu produk makanan itu. Ambil contoh misalnya dalam kasus ini adalah pemanasan untuk pembuatan cookies itu, sehingga kemudian ini perlu diperhatikan, dan juga jika memang ada literatur yang menyatakan sangat diperlukan itu dicantumkan dalam artikel atau bahkan bahasan bahwa ini didasarkan pada suatu acuan tertentu yang pernah membuat cookies dari suatu tanaman A, dan pada suhu tersebut kandungannya itu tidak rusak seperti itu, sehingga kemudian kualitas daripada produk itu dari sisi kebermanfaatannya akan bisa dijustifikasi atau dipercaya bakal efektif seperti itu. Baik, ya. Mungkin hanya itu yang bisa saya tanyakan. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Israfil.
Okay, thank you, Bu Sofiawati.
Long time no see you.
Long time.
Okay, bye. Thank
10
you.
bulan.
Okay, thanks. Next.
Okay, thank you, Bu Sofia.
Yeah.
So now we move to the next presenter, Mbak Raden Ayu Cahyaning Alam SGZ. I will present your video also.
Okay.
Hi, Ayu.
Thank you. Hi, Bu.
Hi, too.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable adjudicator, allow me to present my research with the title Dual Modification of Acid Hydrolysis and Annealing on Resistant Starch, Systematic Review and Meta-Optimization. Resistant starch can be defined as starch fraction and starch product consisting of 10 or more glucose units that cannot be hydrolyzed by enzyme in the system of human digestion. Modifying starch either physically, chemically, enzymatically, or a combination or two, or several of these processes can increase the amount of resistant starch. This is the result of some previous research that showed the increasing of resistant starch from Nagata and also from Farida about the annealing and also about the combination of resistance of acid hydrolysis and annealing, so that the increasing of resistant starch from various sample of corn. This is the research of problem. A resistant starch has potential to the development of functional food. One way to meet this is to increase resistant starch in carbohydrate source. There are the differences between among the type, concentration, time of acid hydrolysis, and also annealing. So that's why systematic review and meta-optimizations are required. The objective of this research is to determine the effect of dual modification, in this case acid hydrolysis and annealing, on resistant starch content through systematic review and meta-optimization approach. This research was conducted in 3 stages, namely systematic review, meta-analysis, and also response surface methodology, and with the tools as mentioned in the slide, and from November to June 2022 in IPB University Library. This is the first step is systematic review. There are 2 criteria, namely inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria as mentioned in the screen. And I conducted this procedure using guideline of PRISMA, preferred reporting item for systematic review and meta-analysis from Moher et al. 2009. The first step is systematic review, so that there are 7 electronic databases from January till December 2021, namely PubMed, Science Direct, Wiley Online Library, SCX Publications, Springer, Semantic Scholar, and Progress. Search procedure was mentioned on the screen. This is the student screening, so I recorded in Mendeley Reference Manager, and the duplicate were removed, and also inspect the article, title, and abstract, and examine full text article concerning the criteria of inclusion and exclusion without considering the research. And then the data extraction and management is tabulated in Microsoft Excel using the data that I need. This is the risk of bias in systematic review. I use the Cochrane collaborative tool by Altman 2008. And the second step is meta-analysis. I conduct this meta-analysis using the application of OpenMEE from Afandi et al. 2021. I use effect size approach, SMD, with HSD and also compared to the mean difference on search. And also I conducted the risk of bias in meta-analysis using the method of percentile. The third step is response-based methodology or RSM. I use this using the design expert version 12 tools by Raymond et al. 2009. So the function of this RSM to optimize the result of meta-analysis. Here's the results. So there are four steps, namely identification, screening, eligibility, and also selector reference. From the seven of the database, I finally found that four articles will be used in systematic review and also continued by meta-analysis, one article, and also optimized by RSM using one article. This is the characteristic of study in the systematic review. This can show that high amylose stars as the most sample used in this case as cereal type of carbohydrate, and the process is acid hydrolysis continued by annealing with the finding as mentioned in the slide. This is the elaborate the data that show that the hydrochloric acid is the most used in this research, and also showed that there are 10 data that show the decreasing in the resistance starch, approximately 60.5 the decreasing of resistance starch. And then this is the rise of bias. I conducted a randomization process, and this concluded that overall bias, 60%, the result showed that low risk of bias. This is the primary outcome of meta-analysis, showed that all of the research decreased the resistance charge with p-value 0.001. And also the parameter of 6 hours of hydrolysis saw the decreasing in the resistance charge, and the 50 degrees Celsius showed that the decreasing in the resistance starch, and this is the rise of bias showed that modification of acid hydrolysis and annealing is higher than calculation of this. So this meta-analysis result is robust from possible publication bias. This is the result of the response methodology showed that 6 hours of acid hydrolysis and annealing incubation temperature on 50 degrees Celsius affect this mass decrease in resistance starch. So this result is in line with meta-analysis result that's showing the decreasing of resistance starch. So the conclusion is the result revealed that hydrochloric acid was deemed to the most popular chemical in the treatment, mostly applied in cornstarch. Dual modification of acid hydrolysis and annealing resulted mostly in a decrease of resistance starch. And also, meta-analysis and RSM are in line, showing that acid hydrolysis at 6 hours and 50 degrees Celsius show that the smell is decreased in the resistance starch. So the recommendation is dual modification of acid hydrolysis and annealing still require broadly more experiential data in order that it can be adequate to discover the optimum parameter of to increase the resistance starch. This is the references, and I thank you for Habib University LPDT and also Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Ayu, for the presentation. Now I'll back to the jury, please.
Okay, right. Yeah, Mrs. Ayu, is my voice sounds clear?
Yeah,
yes.
it's clear.
Okay, good afternoon in Bogor.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, very good delivery and content of the presentation. I guess that this study need long time to finish it from the searching literature to meta-analysis. And the study talks about dual modification and of acid hydrolysis and annealing on resistant starch. Yeah, on the study also, this study conducted by systematic review and meta optimization, that when we look in the hierarchy of evidence, it placed in the higher. But several questions comes to my mind. The first question is, have you ever considered to register your study in Prospero or Cochrane? Because I think it's important to consider to register there to legality of your study. Yeah.
No, not yet, because I'm still doing to finish this job. So later, maybe I will consider to register it to Cochrane.
Oh, Cochrane. Okay, right. Because yeah, when we conduct systematic review or meta-analysis, yeah, registering in Prospero or Cochrane is very important to legality of our study in systematic review. So when the systematic review were conducted by the other researcher, we can claim it. Yeah, I think that's. And the second question is, in the study, you have provided about how you prevent risk of bias, but I have not found the detail of how you avoid the risk of bias in your study when you conduct this study or this systematic review. Can you explain to us clearly?
Well, thank you very much. So I use the application and it called ROB version 2, the Cochrane collaboration tool. So the application is used to measure the risk of bias in this research.
Okay. Okay.
So as I mentioned in my slide that there are 5 parameters that I need to measure in this application. That is randomization process, deviation from intended intervention, missing outcome data, and measurement of the outcome, and the last is selection of reported result. So the application is guarantee us to measure that whether this research is low risk of bias, some concern, or high risk of bias.
Okay, thank you very much. Very clear. Okay, I think enough from me. Thank you very much for the great study. Hope it can publish in a great journal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rafael.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Ayu, for the presentation. Now I ask permission for break for a while for Asar prayers. So the moderator will be moved to Ibu Nuriani.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muli. Now I will handle this meeting. Now we will continue our oral presentations. The time is for Mr. Jufri Sineke. Mr. Jufri Sineke, can you listen my voice? Are you in this Zoom meeting?
Oh, Jufri Sineke is still take a prayer.
Oh, right. So we will move to the next presenter, Ibu Ayu Bulan Febri. I think she's already to present her paper. No, she have a poster with us. I will share her poster first. Can you see the video on your screen? Yes.
Very clear.
Okay, thank you.
The voice is not clear. Excuse me. Hello.
Yeah. Sorry.
Maybe
Can you
in
hear
the
the voice?
no. Maybe in the Zoom. You can share audio in the.
It's not, the video is not clear. The audio.
The audio is not clear.
Yeah.
Yani, tidak ada suaranya. Tak ada suara.
Ya, Pak. Jadi kok tidak dengar, so. Ini
difference in the addition of vegetable flour to the treatment of mackerel wet noodle.
iron content, the result obtained that iron level in the treatment of covered flour with noodle fortified with vegetable flour range from 22.08 milligram per kilogram to 25.76 milligram per kilogram. The highest iron content of 25.76 milligram per kilogram was found in the F2 treatment. Meanwhile, the lowest iron content was 22.08 milligram per kilogram in the F1 treatment. This indicates that the fortification of vegetable flour with different magnitude affect the value of the iron content produced. This is reinforced by the result of the ANOVA statistical test, which stated that there was a significant difference in the addition of vegetable flour to the treatment of mackerel flour with noodle. Conclusion: 1. Carbohydrate level in the treatment of fish flour with noodle fortified with vegetable flour range between 14.3% to 16.7%. 2. The value of protein content in the treatment of fish flour with noodle fortified with vegetable flour range from 8.61% to 9.22%. 3. The value of fat content in the treatment of fish flour with noodle fortified with vegetable flour range from 2.62% to 2.9%. 4. The result of iron level in the treatment of flour with noodle fortified with vegetable flour range from 22.08 milligram per kilogram to 25.76 milligram per kilogram. Suggestion: further research is needed to determine the effect of giving fish meal with noodle with the addition of fortification of vegetable to prevention and treatment of stunting and obesity. These are references. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the video. Now I will give the time for the judge. Mr. Yusrafil, may you have a comment or a question for our presenter? Time is here.
Okay, right. Yeah, good afternoon, Mrs. Febri. Is my voice clear? Okay,
Yes,
right.
clear.
Yeah, great presentation from Mrs. Febri and friend. The study is told us about the value of nutrition composition of wet floating fish for fortified with vegetable flour for increasing nutritional value. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
maybe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Israfil. Maybe there was a writing wrong. I want to written the research title to be test value of nutritional composition of mackerel flour with noodle fortified with vegetable flour for increased nutritional value. Sorry.
Okay, right. My question is why you conduct the fortified using fortified precursor in your study?
Yes. I just want to increase the nutrition of the noodle about carbohydrate, protein, and vitamin.
Okay, maybe you can also explain how the mechanism of fortification so they could increase the nutrition value. How the mechanism, the fortification process to increase the nutrition value in a product of food on others, as you
Yes,
presented in your study. Okay.
Yes, we add the. May I speak Indonesian?
Okay, please.
My English not good. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Miss Israfil. I want lebih jelas ya. Jadi kalau kita penambahannya tepung ini, jadi kami sebenarnya ini penelitian yang sudah menginjak tahun keempat. Jadi di mana kami membuat tepung ikan, pertama tepung ikan oci ya atau kembung, kemudian kami membuat mie dari tepung ikan tersebut. Akhirnya kami uji analisisnya karbohidrat. Nah, kemudian pada tahun ketiga kami melakukan penelitian uji kesukaan, jadi tingkat daya terima dan daya simpan, dan pada tahun keempat ini kami ingin meningkatkan lagi kandungan gizi dari mie dari bahan Gorontalo ini, yaitu dari tepung ikan. Jadi di sini kami berusaha menambahkan tepung sayuran. Jadi wortel terutama bahan pangan lokal yang ada di Gorontalo kami tambahkan sayuran-sayuran tersebut dalam bentuk tepung. Dan kemudian ternyata setelah kami analisis kata di mana yang pasti adalah karbohidrat ini kandungannya lebih rendah lagi. Jadi dengan tepung sayur terdapat penurunan karbohidrat, kemudian terjadi peningkatan protein. Begitu juga zat besinya. Jadi kami harapkan ini bisa menjadi suatu produk lokal nantinya pada tahun kelima nanti akan kami intervensi rencananya langsung ke masyarakat dalam hal untuk pencegahan stunting dan obesitas.
Oke. Ya, thank you. Saya kira cukup dari saya. Terima kasih. Studi yang sangat luar biasa ya, misinya untuk kemaslahatan orang banyak seperti itu.
Thank you. Sehat selalu, Miss Rafil, Mister.
Iya, sehat selalu, Bu. Salam dari Palangkaraya.
Thank you, Mr. Yusrafil and Mrs. Ayubulan Febri. Now we move to the next presenter. Here we have Mr. Jufri Sineke. Mr. Jufri, are you ready?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the time. I'm sorry. May I share screen PPT?
We have your video in the committee. We can share the video from here.
But do not open my computer.
Ladies and gentlemen, well, thank you for the time. And now I want to give presentation of our research with the title Likelihood Level of Kepo Banana Heart Nugget with Addition Variation of Catfish by Jufri Sineke, Dov Purba, Olga Karuntu, Ana Montol, Nada Sofia Langka. Background: in general, food is defined as something that can be eaten by humans. In terms of consuming food, it is important to pay attention to the diversity of type of food so the nutrient can be fulfilled. Banana heart has a very high fiber content. The types of banana heart used in this study were kapok banana heart and catfish. Catfish contains high nutritional value and is used as a source of protein. Goals: this research aims to determine the level of preference for kapok banana heart nuggets with variation in addition of catfish meat to color, aroma, texture, and taste. Research method. The research design was quasi-experimental, with the three treatments using a comparison of banana head and catfish meat. P1, banana head, 250 and catfish 100 gram. P2, banana head, 200 gram and catfish 50 gram. P3, banana head, 150 gram and catfish 25 gram. This research was conducted on April 25, 2022. Hedonic test with a rating scale that is very much like failure. 5, really like failure. 4, like 3, dislike 2, very dislike 1. The data were analyzed univariately to explain or describe the characteristics of each research variable. Bivariate analysis was carried out to see the difference between the three treatments P1, P2, and P3. Result. The result of the color test showed that the highest result were 100% likes to very much like P1 and P2. Aroma 100% like to very much like P2 and P3. Texture 100% like to very much like P2 and taste 100% like very much like is at P2. The result of the different test analysis showed difference in color, aroma, texture, and taste in the three treatment with a p-value 0.00. Conclusion. The conclusion of treatment 2 is preferred by panelists with a ratio of 200 gram banana head and 50 gram catfish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jufri Sineke. Now we move to the discussions. I give time for the judge, Mr. Yusrafil, to give a question or clarification about the paper. Time is you.
Okay, right. Mr. Jufri Sineke, is my voice sounds clear?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Good presentation from Mr. Jufri Sineke and friend. The study described to us about likelihood level of kepok banana heart, or in English is known banana blossom or jantung pisang gitu ya. With addition of variation of catfish, and at the end point in the study were conducted to obtain the preference formula of the banana blossom in nugget production with additional catfish, and you also conduct the variation in catfish addition in order to get best formula. Maybe for the question is, could you please to explain to us detailed how the preference tests were conducted? How the preference tests were conducted in your study?
I'm sorry. May the question in Indonesian?
Oke. Ya, dalam studi Anda ini dijelaskan bahwa ada studi preferensi untuk menilai tingkat kesukaan daripada konsumen terhadap produk-produk yang sudah dibuat gitu nggih Pak. Nah, bagaimana studi preferensi itu dilakukan? Barangkali bisa dijelaskan dengan detail seperti itu, bagaimana studi ini dilakukan.
Oke, terima kasih. Ya, oke, terima kasih. Jadi ini merupakan penelitian tentang tingkat kesukaan. Nah, ini dilakukan di laboratorium gizi, jurusan gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Manado. Kemudian dilakukan oleh para panelis yang terpilih di sebanyak 30 orang. Nah, formula ini terbagi atas 3 bagian. Formula yang pertama adalah dengan komposisi 250 gram jantung pisang kepok, kemudian ditambahkan dengan 100 gram ikan lele, daging ikan lele. Dan formula yang kedua adalah dengan 200 gram jantung pisang ditambahkan dengan 50 gram ikan lele. Dan yang formula ketiga adalah jantung pisang 150 ditambahkan dengan 25 gram daging ikan lele. Nah, ini dilakukan oleh para panelis dengan melakukan pemberian nilai terhadap nilai yang sudah diberikan. Jika suka, sangat mulai dari hedonic test ya, dengan nilai skalanya ada dari yang tertinggi amat sangat suka dengan nilai 5, kemudian sangat suka 4, suka 3, kemudian tidak suka 2 dan tidak 1. Nah, dari semua formula itu kemudian dinilai oleh para panelis dengan memberikan nilai yang sudah disebutkan tadi. Nah, dari ketiga formula itu ternyata setelah dianalisis nilai-nilainya, ternyata yang paling disukainya adalah formula 2. Jadi dengan komposisi 200 gram jantung pisang dengan 50 gram daging ikan lele. Jadi seperti itu mungkin.
Oke, ya sangat jelas. Terima kasih Pak. Cukup dari saya kembalikan ke moderator. Terima kasih banyak Pak, sangat luar biasa penelitiannya.
Oke, terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Yusrafil and Mr. Jufri Sineke for the presentation and clarification. Now I give a time for the moderator, Ms. Mulyati Dolufu, to continue this section. Time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nuryati, for your help. So we will move to the next presenter. Also, Bapak Lalu Juntra Utama again with the topic, the effect of nutrition education based on a hybrid model on iron deficiency anemia and APET IRM circumference among female students. Are you here, sir?
Okay.
Okay, I will present again your PPT.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. The next presentation, I'm going to talk about how the effect of nutrition education based on hybrid. This is a hybrid model on iron deficiency anemia and MUAC, upper arm circumference among female students. Okay. In West Nusa Tenggara Barat, according the most recent data, stunting remains a major challenge in West Nusa Tenggara. The economic and social costs of anemia have created a significant challenge in Indonesia, include West Nusa Tenggara. According to 20 18, Riskesdas, CAD, chronic energy deficiency and anemia is still major nutritional issue in Indonesia, include West Nusa Tenggara Barat. 31.1% of women reproductive have anemia. That means 567,000 Sasambu. Sasambu is three big boss ethnic in West Nusa Tenggara: Sasak, Samawa, and Mbojo. Women have a critical nutrient deficiency. Anemia also versus major issue for Sasambu children. Kemudian next, the study have given the importance of preventing iron deficiency, anemia, the need for nutrition education for girls, and the scarcity of study on female school students in the Sumbawa district. The purpose of this study was to access to effectiveness of nutrition education based on iron deficiency anemia booklet among junior high school students. Okay. Community health workers play a critical role in providing this proven, evidence-based, cost-effective intervention by making basic primer care available at the community level. Okay. Frequency based in communities where they are from, community health workers have direct access to community and link with other nutrition related community-based service provider that can provide a client with a range of service of medical care, information, counseling, and referral. Okay. Research in junior high school of Hutan. Hutan is a name of kecamatan, a district. Sumbawa provides service in multiple health service delivery. Okay. Method and variable 2000 and 67, kemudian 97 student with intervention and control, 49 student with intervention groups with nutrition education, upper arm circumference, blood hemoglobin, thyroid t-test, K-square, ya. Kemudian ethic commission from the Health Polytechnic of Mataram. So in this education, 5 sessions. The first session, understanding of role of red blood cell and iron in the body, symptom of iron deficiency anemia and its prevalence in young women, reason for girl iron needs, and different type of iron in food. Second session, understanding of prevalence of iron deficiency anemia in adolescents, risk factor for iron deficiency, and consequences of iron deficiency. The next, healthy diet, the importance of a healthy diet, the impact of iron-rich diet on fatigue, happy life, and introduction student to iron tablet. Session 4, strengths support the role in providing proper nutrition, correct cooking method, substituting inexpensive iron-rich food for expensive iron-rich food solution to eliminating the incorrect habit of taking iron. Session 5, finding nutritional information and assessing source, the importance of student diets. Lecture by patient with iron deficiency anemia about complication and disease burden. A research delivery in junior high school of Hutan student is guided by booklet and WhatsApp. Okay. Relevant government policies reward a basic packaging of iron deficiency service for student, methods online. The next community-based anemia care strategy with booklet.
Okay, sorry, sir.
Offline. Yep.
Sorry, your time is up. 2 minutes edition.
Oh,
2 minutes
okay.
for edition.
Okay, how we present our findings on nutrition service provider research. The research showed the nutrition education using combination offline and online strategy using booklets did not significantly increase the average hemoglobin and MUAC, mid-arm circumference levels. Teenagers typically have a decrease in hemoglobin due to menstrual cyclus because a concentration on red blood cell in the blood decrease during menstruation. So during a pandemic such as the current COVID-19 pandemic, hybrid learning education method is best suited to prevent disease transmission. Only limited direct individual contact in required. As a result, teenagers with lower levels and anxiety can access health service, particular nutrition education. To ensure sustainable, it is suggested that district health office and related agency change the nutrition education strategy policy by combine face-to-face method with the use social media as a means of delivery nutrition education message system magically and structurally. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir. Now I'll take it to the jury, please.
Yeah. Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Lalu Jantra Utama. Yeah. Very great study regarding the effect of nutritional education to anemia, especially to teenager. Yeah. Maybe my question is how the education were given to the subject, because I have not clearly get in your explanation before.
Okay. This research quasi-experimental. Okay, conduct on 7, 8, 90 graduate student in SMP 1 Utan, Sumbawa Regency. Okay. Based on a similar study with 48 students with intervention group and then control group. In this study, nutritional education combine offline and online strategy.
Oh, okay, online and offline.
Combine offline and online strategy tailored to the COVID-19 pandemic, where direct contact between health worker and research subject was limited. Okay. Following nutrition education, upper arm circumference or lila, lingkar lengan atas, was measured to access nutritional status. Nutritional education was delivered using a combination direct and indirect, offline and online technique. Direct and direct, offline and online technique, as well as mobile communication device, mobile phone and WhatsApp.
So the subject is follow up.
Yes. Yeah. Follow the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
The WhatsApp group. So that's online methods. Offline method with booklet to
that given to the subject. That
yes,
given to
correct.
Subject. Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Correct.
Okay, right. Very clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Lalu, for your great study. I offer to Mrs. Muli.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lalu
and thank you,
Mr. Israfil. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now we move to Ibu Arsin Habibah Fitria SSTMPH. Are you here, ma'am?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yes. I will present your video.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity that has been given. I'd like to give a presentation, my research about red beetroot modification and application on the ASIFA menu. This research was performed in ASIFA. ASIFA is Aji Santoso International Football Academy, established in 2013 in Malang, with reliable and certified coaching staff. The location of academy is in the heart of Malang City. ASIFA has a pitch with grace and Asian Football Confederation standard size. In previous research shows, the menu at ASIFA need to be modified because of waste, especially vegetables, more than 20%. 56.3% ASIFA students have a low consumption level, 70 to less than 100%, and only 50% of the consumption level comes from the ASIFA menu. The rest comes from outside food. Why we use red beetroot? Because red beetroot is a root vegetable rich in bioactive compounds, known as the NO diet, because it is rich in nitrates, so it's useful in increasing the VO2 max of athletes. This study aims to modify the ASIFA menu by adding red beetroot to several basic foods, animal bedside dishes, plant-based side dishes, vegetables, and snacks. Research methods, we have 30 volunteers, 15 to 20 years, were randomly selected to participate in the study in 2021. Volunteers were given a modified menu and then judged which one they like the most: color, scent, taste, and texture. The menus have been standardized in the laboratory to get the exact composition of red beetroot in each menu. The different menus were served for 20 days in the afternoon. The first day, we served 2 basic food menu. The second day, we served 3 animal bedside dishes menu. The third and fourth days, we serve 3 plant-based side dishes menu each day. The 5th day to the 10th day, we serve 3 to 4 vegetable menus each day. And from the 11th to the 20th day, we serve 2 snack menu each day. The results of this study show that beetroot spaghetti are preferred for basic foods. Beetroot roast beef is preferred for animal bedside dishes. Beetroot tofu pergedel are preferred for plant-based side dishes. Beetroot sweet corn stir fry are preferred for vegetable menus. And all respondents really like the snack menu, like a beetroot lumpur cake and beetroot sponge cake are preferred for snacks menu. Conclusion of this study, the menu that has been modified with the addition of red beetroot is preferred, so that it can be used as an alternative menu variation for ASIFA students. Thanks to Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang for the financial support and ASIFA for all the accommodation provided during the research. This is a reference list, and thank you for your attention. Hopefully, this information can be useful. Okay, finally, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning.
Okay, good afternoon, Mrs. Arsina. So now I'll back to the, okay? Yes, I'll back to the jury, please. Sir?
Okay, right. Good afternoon, Mrs. Arsina. Is my voice sounds clear?
Okay. Your voice broke, Mister. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry I
Hello.
didn't turn on my camera because I'm using my handphone.
Okay, right. How about now? Is my voice clear?
Okay.
Okay, right.
Yes. May you
Okay.
use in Indonesia because
Okay. Baik. Ya. Studi yang sangat baik ya. Tadi dijelaskan tentang penggunaan buah bit merah. Kalau tidak salah gitu ya, saya konfirmasi dulu ya.
Oke.
Ya, buah bit merah untuk modifikasi menu daripada asupan untuk atlet sepak bola seperti itu.
Iya, betul.
Ya, asupan nutrisi khususnya. Nah, di sini juga di bagian hasil itu saya melihat bahwa memang dalam proses pemberiannya itu produknya itu bervariasi mulai dari spaghetti, kemudian juga beberapa olahan makanan lain yang kemudian olahan-olahan itu disajikan kepada subjek, dalam hal ini atlet-atlet sepak bola muda, mana yang mereka lebih sukai seperti itu. Kurang lebih seperti itu ya. Nah, pertanyaan saya barangkali mengenai kebermanfaatan daripada buah bit merah ini. Apakah sudah ada studi sebelumnya yang mengatakan bahwa buah bit merah ini dapat meningkatkan vitalitas atau bahkan stamina pada saat misalnya dalam konteks yang menjadi subjek di sini adalah atlet sepak bola seperti itu. Apakah sudah ada studi seperti itu? Dan jika ada, mungkin bisa dipaparkan. Karena ini saya pikir penting untuk mendukung atau menguatkan justifikasi dalam paper atau studi Anda seperti itu. Silakan.
Ya, sudah banyak buktinya, hanya saja di luar negeri yang begitu banyak diberikan, terutama khususnya adalah jus bit begitu. Nah, sekarang kami mencoba memvariasikan ke dalam berbagai macam makanan, mulai dari makanan pokok, lauk hewani, lauk nabati, sayur, dan snack. Khususnya karena sayur di sana itu sangat tinggi waste-nya, lebih dari 20%. Dan beberapa penelitian sudah menunjukkan bahwa bit ini bisa dapat meningkatkan VO2 max dari atlet tersebut. Gitu. Ya, begitu banyak. Memang ada beberapa yang saya masukkan di paper, tapi tidak saya tampilkan di presentasi.
Iya,
ya, banyak sekali. Tetapi juga ada beberapa yang memang kontraindikasi. Jadi situ gapnya. Kenapa kok ada yang banyak yang bit ini membuktikan dengan pemberian jus bit pekat itu dapat meningkatkan VO2 max atlet, tetapi di Indonesia sendiri hanya ada satu artikel yang saya temukan bisa meningkatkan VO2 max dari bukan hanya atlet sepak bola tetapi juga basket, kemudian juga untuk bulu tangkis. Nah, itu ada, tetapi juga ada yang menunjukkan bahwa pemberian jus bit itu tidak memberikan efek terhadap peningkatan VO2 max. Sebetulnya di situ gapnya gitu. Nah,
jadi
penelitian ini
masih ada pro kontra gitu ya, Bu ya?
Ya, masih ada gap ya. Ya, bukan pro kontra, tetapi kalau menurut saya ini gap ya. Gap yang sebetulnya jadi ini penelitian sebetulnya masih lanjut karena sebenarnya kita masih menggali seberapa karena ini kan nanti yang akan dijadikan subjek gitu ya, adalah atlet dari sepak bola muda yang ada di Asifa begitu, yang memang mereka nanti ini yang benar-benar akan kita berikan sebagai intervensi dari jus bit itu dulu. Tetapi sebelumnya kami akan mengintervensi melalui perubahan menunya, jadi bertahap gitu. Menu dulu karena kami temukan bahwa hasil intake tadi sudah saya sebutkan di awal, intake mereka dari Asifa sendiri itu sebenarnya tergolong rendah begitu. Jadi hanya di bawah 70%, sisanya itu dari luar
makanan yang mereka makan dari luar asrama atau luar asifa. Nah, di sini ini sebenarnya sangat berpengaruh terhadap performa mereka nanti pada saat latihan ataupun bertanding, khususnya VO2 max. Makanya kita pilih beat yang memang sebetulnya sudah terbukti banyak untuk meningkatkan VO2 max meskipun itu ada gap di sana, begitu. Jadi seperti itu.
Baik, terima kasih, sangat jelas. Saya cukup. Selamat atas studi yang sangat luar biasa ya menurut saya. Saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Ya, terima kasih, Mister.
Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you, Ibu Arsina and also Pak Israfil. So now we move to Pak Hendra. Are you here, Pak? Pak Agus Hendra? Okay, and then Ibu Eka Suherlin, are you here, ma'am? Ibu Eka Suherlin, are you here? Okay, I'll move to Bapak Bustanul Atfal. Hello, sir, are you here? And Ibu Rahmala Bajo. Are you here, ma'am?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so maybe you'll be the next.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me share my screen first. So just to clarify that my slide appear clearly.
Yes, it can be seen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I think so. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will present my study about weaning and nutritional status of infants and under 3 children. So what is the background of my study is that there are health issues in Indonesia, especially such as infectious diseases and undernourished and also malnutrition. And then based on the basic health research data in 2018, malnutrition in Indonesia was 3.9%, and in Gorontalo it's quite higher. It is 6.8%, and the proportion of exclusive breastfeeding in Gorontalo, unfortunately, a little bit lower. So it is around 38.9%. And also there are negative effects of undernourished in children, such as failure of physical growth and intellectual development, decreasing productivity and endurance, slowing down the process of healing, increasing the risk of heart problems, morbidity, and mortality. And there is potential factor of undernourished and malnutrition in children. And then the behavior factor related to weaning time. I want to highlight the weaning time as on the WHO recommends weaning time of children be introduced to foods other than breast milk when they are about 6 months old. And the another recommendation is to continue giving breast milk until they are 2 years old or older. The methods of my research. The research design, this is a descriptive research study with a cross-sectional approach. And the samples are selected using purposes sampling with the criteria of having equal access to health services and being immunized. Mothers with infants aged from 0 to 11 months and toddlers aged 12 to 35 months. The samples were 39 people consisting of 7 mothers with infants and 32 mothers with toddlers. And the data on nutritional status
were obtained by measuring body weight according to age, then classified by nutritional status categories based on WH Anthropometry 2005. So the categories for my research, the first one is nutritional status. There are 4 categories: nourished, undernourished, well-nourished, and overnourished status. And for the winning time, the winning time was determined by looking at the children's age when the breastfeeding is fully stopped, with objective criteria according to WHO recommendation is a good, moderate, or poor. And the average of the expenditure per month divided into low economy and good economy, with the cutoff point is 425 25,000 and 250 per capita. These results and discussions regarding the age, mostly the age of the samples or the children or the mother is 2000, more than 28 years old, and mothers under based on the research by Zielinska et al. And Ekman et al., mothers under 24 years of age tend to give the babies the first solid food under 4 months old. So in this study, the average age of mothers in the study cannot be included in the age category at risk for early weaning on infants because they are mostly more than 29 years old. And the sample characteristic, it was found that the element of maternal education affects the quality of children. Most of the malnourished children are cared for by an educated mother or caregivers. Children who are cared for their mothers with love and education understand the importance of breastfeeding, the benefit of an integrated healthcare center, and cleanliness will grow to be healthy children. So in this study, most of the sample of the mother have a primary school equivalent education. Causing a lack of good parenting knowledge, it has an impact on the increased risk of malnutrition in children. So regarding the occupation, most mothers do not have another occupation than as housewives. So despite having such free time, some of the mothers show lack of care and affection toward the children. The phenomenon might be due to the number of dependent children the mothers have. So maybe they have more than 2 children. And the mother were incapable to care for their infants or under 3 children because they are split the attention and also being overloaded with the domestic workload.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up. 2 minutes addition, 2 minutes for addition.
Make it fast. Okay. The wedding duration, you can see in here, they get the wedding duration, the nutritional status of underweight and severely underweight. Surprisingly, most of them in the good classification of wedding duration. The factors, the weaning duration, the result of the weaning duration is there are 5. The mothers felt there was proper time to wean, mothers were 6, children were 6, and insufficient amount of breast milk, and mothers are pregnant. So you can see in the table. So regarding the socio-cultural condition and education level, most of the respondents are responding to winning based on the hereditary guidance from their parents. So it's just like a culture. And regarding the economic level, you can see that more than the wedding duration, poor classification, mostly in the poor economic level. Like I said before, the mother activities has a correlation with the waning duration and also the students' nutritional status. So the conclusion is the findings suggest that most of the respondents wean the children by referring to the reason that is the right time to start weaning. However, the number do not necessarily signify that the reason was in general appropriate since the percentage was below the average 50% of the population. The provision of the supplementary food to the infants and children, particularly in the family from low economic levels. So the provision such foods can incorporate the local ingredients that are available. Thank you. So over to you, Miss Muli.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rahma. So now I'll back to the jury, please, sir.
Okay, right. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mrs. Rahma.
Hello, Papa.
Hello.
It's Rafael.
Nice to meet you too. Okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, you look glowing.
Yeah.
Swimming and splendid.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Delivery from Mrs. Rahma. Yeah, the study talks about weaning and nutrition status in under 3 children. And maybe I'm going to my question is how did you obtain or measure the nutritional status in your subject that you include in your study?
So to obtain the data about nutritional status of the children, I use the measuring of the body weight and also with the compared to the age of the children, and I use the WHO recommendation to to make that to divide it into the category.
Is it your measure directly or it retrieved from medical record?
I measure the children directly.
Oh, okay. Right. And then for the next in the result that have you presented, especially regarding weaning duration, I have read that in the table 1, there are some categories from overweight to severe overweight. Could you explain to us what is the implication is of your finding in this table regarding the table?
Oh, okay. So looking at the table, this is the first table. The nutritional status compared to the classification of weaning duration.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's a common sense in the society that baby or children that we feed them as early as possible. It's good, and then looking at this table, we can see that the severely underweight in the children, surprisingly, they are come from the good weaning duration. So and also for the underweight, they are in the good weaning duration. It's slightly misinterpretation in our society that they say that we have to win. They are already in a good category of weaning duration. They are fit more than 6 months old, but the nutritional status is not good enough. They are still underweight and severely underweight. So maybe there are some potential determinant that contribute that to the nutritional status itself. So not only the weaning duration, because in my finding, most of the children in good weaning duration having the underweight and separately underweight nutritional status. So it needs to be more explored.
Okay, very clear. Thank you, Mrs. Rahma, as the head of committee.
Thank you, Pak
Great.
Israfil.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rahma and also Pak Israfil. Now we move to the next presenter, Ibu Eka Suharlin. Are you here, ma'am?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, the title of Ibu Eka Suharlin presentation is The Effect of Midwifery Care Intervention with Media Booklets and Consumptions of Papaya Fruit on Increasing Hemoglobin and Ferritin Levels in Pregnant Women with Anemia. So please, the time is yours.
Thank you. May I share screen?
Yes.
It can do.
Still process. Okay. Okay, can be seen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce me to Ika Suharlin from the Midwifery Department of the Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, who will present the result of our team research entitled The Effects of Media Booklets and Papaya Fruit Increasing Hemoglobin and Ferritin Levels in Anemia Pregnant Women. Team consists of Ika Suharlin, Sri Sujawati, and my partner from Polytechnic of Mataram, Mutiara Rahmawati Suseno, Fitri Arsenur Korea, and our partner Nurnaningsi Ali Abdul. I will convey about the background, methods, result, and discussion and conclusion. Okay, introduction. The maternity mortality rate is an indicator to see the success of efforts in maternal health in assessing the health status of a nation, especially women. According to the WHO, in 2015, MMR in Indonesia is still very high, reaching 305 per 100,000 live births compared to the 2030 SDGs target of 70 per 100,000 live births. Anemia in pregnant women is a very important risk factor for her. Anemia is caused by several factors. In Indonesia, the highest cause of anemia are iron deficiency and bleeding. Anemia during pregnancy can have adverse effect on both the pregnant woman and the baby to be born. Anemia in pregnant women will increase the risk and tend to get premature birth or low birth, the risk of bleeding before and during delivery, which can cause death of the mother and her baby. The Gorontalo Provincial Health Office report that in 2020, there were 56 cases of maternal death with anemia, namely 2 cases. The government's efforts to prevent anemia, every pregnant woman are expected to get iron tablets, but have not shown success. The absorption of iron in the blood can be maximized by consuming vitamin C. Vitamin C can be obtained from fruits, including papaya fruit. Okay, research method. The research design was an experimental pre-post test control group design, determinant of respondent with purposes sampling technique. Pregnant women who met the criteria were 30 anemic pregnant women consist of 2 groups, namely the intervention group and the control group. Each group consists of 15 people. The intervention were booklet media and administration of 140 gram papaya for 14 days with guidance by researchers, and the control group giving therapy according to the procedure from the Puskesmas. Measurement of Hb levels by quick check and serum ferritin levels by the enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. In the analysis process, 1 tests were carried out, namely normality test, and continue with fertility test and independent tests. Based on the table, it's known that most of the respondents were 20 until 35 years old with 27 people. During the third trimester, in trimester 3 were 17 people. Table 43 shows that the average increase in hemoglobin level was higher in the intervention group than the control group, which was 13.14 gram per deciliter. The difference in average HbA levels obtained by research is in accordance with the result of Mardiana research, which showed that there was an increase in the average HbA level of pregnant women with anemia. Based on the result of the static test in the intervention group, the p-value before and after being given the intervention for 15 days was smaller than the alpha value. Then, Hanol was rejected, meaning that there was a difference in the average hemoglobin level in the group that was given the intervention. In table 4.2 shows that the average increase in serum ferritin levels was higher after intervention in the intervention group than the control group. During the pregnancy process, there are several things that can be done to reduce the incidence of anemia, especially in pregnant women, up to provide nutrients rich in iron. Based on the result of static tests in the intervention group, it was found that the p-value before and after being given the intervention was smaller than the alpha value. It means that it's significant. Also, based on table 4.5, above the highest mean difference in hemoglobin level change in the intervention group was 2.80. The analysis using the independent test in both group p-value is 0.00. It can be concluded that there was a significant difference between changes in hemoglobin levels before and after treatment for 14 days. This is according with the result of Mariana research that there is an effect of consuming papaya fruit on hemoglobin levels in pregnant women with anemia who are given tablet FA supplements in the work area of Cisayong Health Center.
Okay, sorry, ma'am. Your time is up. 2 minutes for addition.
Okay, conclusion. Papaya fruit and booklet, papaya fruit and booklet media are effective for increasing hemoglobin and serum ferritin levels in anemic pregnant women. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Eka Saren, for your presentation. Now I'll move again to the jury, please, sir.
Okay, right. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ika Suherlin.
Good
Nice
afternoon,
to meet
sir.
you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, right. Yeah, a very clear explanation about the effect of media booklet and consumption of papaya fruit to increase hemoglobin and ferritin level in pregnant women.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I'd like to direct to a question: why you use papaya in your study, and how you process the papaya before you treat to the pregnant woman? Is formulate or process in juice or what?
Thank you. May I speak in Indonesia?
Okay, please.
Thank you. I choose the papaya itu karena dari banyak jurnal yang telah menyebutkan untuk peningkatan dari kadar hemoglobin dan juga bagaimana dari kearifan lokal yang muncul dari Provinsi Gorontalo itu salah satunya adalah pepaya. Ada berbagai macam jenis buah yang lainnya. Tetapi yang saya lihat di sini banyak sekali buah pepaya maksudnya yang diperjualbelikan di masyarakat dan gampang didapatkan. Kemudian dari beberapa jurnal menyatakan bahwa buah pepaya itu konsis atau tinggi dari kandungan baik vitamin C dan juga vitamin A-nya yang akan mendukung dalam proses dari peningkatan dari kadar Hb dan juga kadar ferritin. Kemudian kedua, untuk proses bagaimana makanan ataupun pepaya tersebut disajikan adalah pepaya ini fresh. Jadi kami dari tim peneliti ini memberikan pepaya, 1 buah pepaya utuh diberikan kepada ibunya dengan pembagian bahwa kalau kami mengantarkan tiap hari itu akan mempengaruhi dari rasa dan buahnya. Jadi kami berikan dengan pembagian bahwa ibu mengkonsumsinya untuk 140 gram dengan ukuran yang sudah sesuai kami tentukan. Jadi tidak akan merusak dari komposisi buah pepaya tersebut, dengan harapan bahwa zat gizi ataupun dari nutrisinya itu akan benar-benar diabsorpsi oleh tubuh dengan sepenuhnya. Terima kasih.
Okay, I think enough and very clear. I send to Mrs. Muli. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Bu Ika.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Ika. So now we move to the last presenter, Ibu Nuryani, with the title of the presentation, The Effect of Nutrition Education on Knowledge Patients, Physical Activity and Eat Habits, the Diabetes Mellitus for Post-BUNU participant in Monano Health Center Work Area, year 2021. Please, ma'am.
Excuse me, can you help me to share the video? I have a video.
Okay, sorry, forget.
Thank you.
I just opened it, okay. Okay, this is the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time that the committee given to me to present my paper with title Effect of Nutrition Education on Knowledge, Physical Activity, and Eating Habit in Patient Type 2 Diabetes Mellitus in International Congress of Health and Nutrition. As a background, we know that diabetes mellitus type 2 and diabetes mellitus type 1 is the common chronic diseases in the world. And based on the data in National Health Survey in Indonesia, the prevalence of type 2 diabetes mellitus increased from 2013 to 2018, which is in 2013, the prevalence of type 2 DM is 1.5% and increased 2% in 2018. And in Gorontalo, the prevalence of type 2 DM is also increases from 6.9% to 80.5%. And the most important thing that influence the incidence of type 2 diabetes mellitus is dietary habit and also physical activity. So the aim of our study is to measure effect of nutrition education on knowledge, physical activity, and eating habit in type 2 diabetes mellitus in Gorontalo. Method of the study. The study used a quantitative method and analytical survey with a quasi-experiment with intervention for 3 months. And diabetes mellitus collected using total sampling technique, which is 74 people, which is divided into 2 groups, interventions and the control group. The study will conducted in Monano Health Center in February until April 2021. The results of our study, the durations of the subject for type 2 diabetes mellitus, most of them 2 until 5 years suffer for diabetic, and there are no significantly between the interventions and the control group. And for the educations, for the subject, we categorize into 4 categories, which is elementary school, junior high school, and senior high school, and also university. Overall, there are no significantly different educational level between the intervention and the control group. The intervention education nutrition also measure knowledge of the subject. We found that before the interventions, there are differences between the knowledge between the interventions and the control group. And we found the p-value analysis 0 point, which is mean there are significantly different knowledge between the two groups. And for physical activity, we found that even the intervention and the control group before and after intervention, there are no significantly difference, which is means the education nutrition did not give difference, did not influence the physical activity of the respondents. We also measured the nutrition intake of the subject. We found that for the protein intake, before interventions in the subject, especially in the group intervention, the intake of protein 47.4, and after intervention it is increased to 85.7 grams, and also in the control group before interventions, the intake of protein 56.5 and reduced to 53.7 after intervention. And there are significantly different intake of protein between the two groups. And for the carbohydrate intake, we found that before intervention, the intake of carbohydrate in the intervention group 250 and increased to 174.4 after interventions, that we found there are not significantly different before and after interventions. And in the control group, we found that before intervention, the intake of carbohydrate is 245 grams, and after intervention, the intake of carbohydrate increased 251.8 grams, and also we found that there are not significantly different between the two groups. The interesting finding in our result is the fiber intake. Before and after intervention, we found that there are significantly differences intake of fiber. We found that in intervention group, there are increment of the intake of fiber, but also we found in the control group also intake fiber is increased, and it is different between the two groups. As a result and discussion, fiber helps to regulate the body use of sugar, helping to keep hunger and blood sugar in check. Recommendations for children and adult, at least 25 to 35 grams fiber per day for a good health. Steady blood sugar has consistently shown that for helping type 2 diabetes mellitus to improve blood control. As a conclusion, nutrition education during 3 months influence increment intake of fiber, but not influence physical activity. As a recommendation, it's important for giving nutrition education in type 2 diabetes mellitus to prevent complication of the disease. It is our reference. Thank you for a very kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Nuriani, for the presentation. Now I'll back to the Mr. Israfil, please.
Okay, right. Yeah, very good presentation from Mrs. Nuriani. The study described to us about effect of nutritional education on increasing knowledge, physical activity, and habit of the patient with type 2 diabetic. And that's great study. We know that type 2 diabetic is the one of disease with the highest prevalence today. And yeah, and your study proposed solution for it by education nutritional use to improve knowledge, physical activity, and their habit. And maybe my question is, what is the implication with your finding in that have your presentation? What is the implication?
Thank you for the question. I permit to answer in bahasa. Jadi implikasinya mungkin kepada pasien diabetesnya ya. Jadi dengan adanya intervensi yang kami berikan, mereka lebih melakukan pengaturan pola makan. Memang intervensi yang kami lakukan ini tergolong singkat, hanya 3 bulan, dan yang kami ukur itu masih sebatas intake saja. Belum ada evaluasi jangka panjangnya, tapi sekilas kami sudah bisa menangkap bahwa dengan pemberian intervensi itu ternyata mampu memperbaiki pola konsumsi pada pasien diabetes mellitus. Terima kasih.
Okay, and the second question is, did you assess or measure the blood glucose level after the treatment?
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi subjek ini adalah pasien posbindu. Penelitian kami tidak sampai mengukur biomarker glukosa penderita diabetes, hanya sebatas pada intake dan praktik physical activity saja.
Okay, very clear. I think enough from me. I send to Mrs. Muli. Thank you very much for
Terima
Bu
kasih.
Nuryani.
Thank you, Ibu Nuryani and Mr. Israfil. Actually, we'll still wait for the two speaker. Bapak Agus and Ibu Yunita, you still here? There is no answer. So, Ibu Nuryani is the last presenter of this presentation. And finally, it is the end of the oral presentation session. That's a very insightful and nice presentation from all of the presenter also, and adding our knowledge and insight also. And then I do apologize if there is something that shortcoming or inconvenience during this session. And we close the session by saying Hamdallah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. And now we hope that all of you can back to the main room for the announcement of the best oral presentation. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye, see you. Thank you, Mr. Israfil.
Thank you.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall, my love. If you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
Halo.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the announcement of the best paper, best presenter, and best poster. We will start from the best poster. All right. The best poster 3 goes to Trilia Maharani. The best poster 2 goes to Siti Rizky Amalia Taraibu. And the best poster 1 goes to Nadia Nur Amalia Kurniawan. Congratulations. All the winners of the poster presentation will be awarded with certificate and gifts from Kalbe. Next. Okay, are you ready for the best paper presentation? Okay, for the best paper presentation, the best paper 3 goes to Lalu Juntra Utama SSD MSI. The best paper 2 goes to Dr. Sirajuddin SPM MKes RD. And the best paper 1 goes to Arsina Habibah Fitriah SST MPH. Congratulations. The winners of the paper presentation will be awarded with certificate and a one-night Grand Key Hotel voucher for the best paper 1, a prepaid cellular voucher worth 150,000 for best paper 2, and a prepaid cellular voucher worth 100,000 for best paper 3. All right. Last but not least, the best presenter. The best presenter 3 goes to Nuriani SGZ MKes. The best presenter 2 goes to Yuni Afriani SGZ. And the best presenter 1 goes to Ayu Cahyaning Alam SGZ. Congratulations, the winners of the oral presentation will be awarded with certificate and a prepaid cellular voucher worth 150,000 for best presenter 1, a prepaid cellular voucher worth 100,000 for best presenter 2, and a Grand Key Hotel swimming pool voucher for best presenter 3. Okay, all right. Now we come to the end of the last day of the first international conference on health and nutrition 2022. Thanks for all fantastic speakers and excellent participants. Thanks for joining us. Allow me to close this first international conference of health and nutrition 2022 with theme Stunted and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era, organized by Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia, Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, by reciting Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahirobbil alamin. Have a good day and see you on the next occasion. Thank you.